party.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And Bambinos are away and going here in their go. And it is Knox Shelton and Cervantes up in the front to get things going here. Hope everyone's having a beautiful day so far here in Bushnell Motorsports Park here in Bushnell, Florida. We had some heavy rain during qualifying. It has subsided. The sun is out. And it's myself, Brad, joined by our residential kart chaser, Florida man here, Patrick. Let me tell you, Florida weather's weird. But the fact that the sun is out for the kid karts and the Bambinos, they got to be happy about it, even though I do still see a little bit of rain coming down.
That is like the epitome of Florida weather right there. We actually call those sun showers, where you can still clearly see the sun and the rain hitting. It actually happened to me a couple of days ago as I was heading to work from the 95, but the drivers are now experiencing that firsthand here, and it's going to make the track a bit warmer, probably going to make some of the pit areas a bit toasty as well. So hopefully everybody on track, whether you're a driver or part of the pit crew or overall just having a good time in Bushnell, hopefully you guys are staying hydrated, because it is Florida, there is humidity, but you will go ahead and get dehydrated if you are not too careful. And Pablo Cervantes, the driver who pretty much dominated all day yesterday in this class, he is now in the lead with a pretty good margin to kick us off here in the kid and Bambino karts. Making our way down the hill, going a little bit through the puddle, running a bit wide as we come through. And this is going to be a very good battle. It is going to be Knox Shelton and Tiago Velosa battling for P2. And the battle continues on. We're going to just see how this one unfolds. Two different karts. If you guys are unfamiliar with how these karts are, the kid karts are a bit different. The T4 Bambinos are, well, any of the T4 karts you see here this weekend are basically spec karts, as that's going to be Ray Garcia trying to get the pass done onto Tiago Velosa. And they are still battling it out here. So you have the spec karts here competing. Those are going to be the bright blue karts. And then the green kart back is the Miami kid kart making their way through.
Those Tillotson T4 karts are a lot of fun to watch here. That spec series, of course, running through with the opportunity to represent internationally under the Team USA banner in Spain if you manage to win the category and win the championship. That is a huge opportunity, and it's so great to see drivers partaking in that and looking for the opportunity forward. Looking ahead right now, down the hill we go. Battles continue to develop here in Bambinos, and I always like to remind people, because I feel like sometimes we forget, these drivers are ages 5 to 7. I don't know what you were doing, Patrick, but for me at the age of 5, I was not driving go-karts. I can tell you that much. Definitely was not in a position to be driving go-karts. The yellow flags are being waved here. Got one kart around. Looks like that is Cervantes facing the wrong way through, and that is not a place where you want to be stuck at all there on the track in the final sector. Looks like possibly just getting caught out by a little bit of water, because yes, the rain has mostly lightened up. There are still some sprinkles, but there are puddles of water that you still need to contend with, and try not to run too wide out onto the curbs.
Yeah, or into the grass there, as they are just fighting for the lead. Knox Shelton ahead of Tiago Velosa trying to fight here as well. And then you have Ray Garcia just behind. This, I think, if that was Cervantes that spun out, this is actually going to, yeah, this is going to transform for the battle for the lead. And Velosa gets through on the kid kart. And Tiago Velosa going to continue on. He is going to just run as hard as he can. But then you have Garcia and Shelton battling it out for position. Shelton now trying to regain the position. He is still the lead T4 Bambino, as Tiago Velosa is in the kid karts. And they are going to go ahead and continue to fight for every ounce of racetrack here. The track is drying, but it is not fully dry yet, so there's still some puddles, still some margin for error as they come through. Already a bit of a defensive shake there for Tiago Velosa, as Tiago Velosa is going to continue to try to lead us through. It'll be 2 laps to go once they cross the line, but first they got to manage the double hairpins. But it seems like that T4 car might have a bit better grip coming through the hairpins. And that might give Knox Shelton a good way around if he can keep up that consistency.
The 1 versus the 1 versus the 0 here for the win in Bambino. You have 2 T4s and you have a kids kart with Veloza coming through as they head around, hit the white flag. Last lap underway now for our T4 and kid kart Bambinos coming through. Look at this battle up at the front between Veloza and Garcia. This is the 1 versus the 1 as they go side by side, and that is going to be Ray Garcia going to the inside, getting ahead of Veloza. They are stuck side by side still, giving no room here as they go over the bridge, down the hill. Who will be first on the brakes? And it will be Veloza who outbrakes. Garcia comes through, and Knox Shelton just kind of sitting behind saying, okay, where can I squeeze into this battle?
It is a one-on-one battle here in pretty much every sense of it. Kart 1 versus Kart 1, the number 1 kid kart, the number 1 Bambino in this beautiful 1v1 here as they make their way towards the twin hairpins. And here we go, but it seems like Garcia has a bit better of a grip coming through the first of the 2 twin hairpins, and a little bit of a moment there is going to allow Veloza to build a little bit of that gap. Oh, and a big slide and a big spin there for Ray Garcia. And he put in such a good charge for this race win. But unfortunately for him, this will fall to the way of Thiago Veloza, a driver who has been unshakable all throughout this race. And Thiago Veloza wins in the IME Bambino and T4 Bambino Pre-Final here on Sunday.
Goes to show the paint can be dangerous on those curbs when wet. Slippery when wet, they say, as it goes through. That is Bambino's done. Next up, we go to our Micro Swifts for 7 minutes plus 2 laps of their Sunday pre-final coming up next.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now rolling out, it's time for Micro Swift. A bit of a communication here to get out is that all sessions have been shortened by 2 minutes today. So what that means, by the way, is that this cadet run, it's 5 minutes plus 2 laps. And for junior, senior, and master, they get 6 minutes plus 2 laps for their pre-finals here today. And that is due to weather is the reason for the shortening. So that is going to be a thing to watch here going through. And also, the race director has made the call here going through that it is driver's option on tires. They are not stopping for rain. Show up with the tires you intend to run. And I'll say right now, with the track conditions, wet tires would be the choice for the whole day here. Wouldn't you say, Patrick?
Yeah, because you can see a little bit of dryness is starting to appear on the track, but you can still see a good chunk of spray off of these carts as they get ready to go ahead and line up. And wow, they're getting lined up very early on. Very nice to see. They're not even around the penultimate corner. A lot of them are already lined up. There is a very big puddle, almost big enough to fish in, right in the center just before the corner. And we may see some drivers fishing for some overtakes in that spot. We'll see. We saw a little bit of it yesterday, but a lot of avoidance as we go side by side in the tram lines. And it's green flag, and away we go. It is going to be Adam Kozakar trying to lead. Oh, there's big contact already. Big drama. Some cars have spun around, and you can just see the frustration. I couldn't quite pick out who that was, but drama here in the opening stages of the Micro Swift Pre-Final.
2, 3, 4 carts involved there in that turn 1 incident. We saw time and time again that the S's of turn 1 were turns 1 and 2 were some of the most challenging points of the weekend, and that's the leader spinning out in the front on the curb, spinning, multiple carts having to avoid. We have chaos in Micro Swift Pre-Final as more of the leaders get shuffled through. How does this shuffle anything? Because up front, I can tell you right now, it's not Kozakar. I can tell you we're side by side battling for position coming through the middle part of the lap. And I can tell you coming to the line, these drivers are having to tiptoe their way along as more carts are off into the grass here. Things changing massively for some of our youngest drivers as they try to battle their way through in the lead. Coming across the line, let's take a quick reset. That's Damari who is now off. It's Joaquin Doe in the front with Mijovic, Clavillo in third. All of your front runners getting caught out by the wet track and all of them dropping off the order. Your pole sitter of Kozakar is down in 9th place. Talk about shuffling things up. Joaquin Doe up into the front. Marco Mijovic, they're going through. Lucas Clavillo and Ellie Jackson with Nasamito in 5th as we have more wide runnings. It is chaos here in Bushnell, Florida.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes just taking advantage of the chaos is enough to really just give you a very good benefit, as Joaquin Dow is going to go ahead and continue. He had some good pace yesterday, just couldn't quite get it, and even more drama. More carts are around. And, oh, that is just heartbreaking stuff. Even more carts coming around. That is actually one of the drivers who had a very strong day yesterday. That is Lucas Clavillo in the number 21 who spun around here. He won the final yesterday in this category, and now he is down several spots. Ellie Jackson going to go ahead and make some moves up. And it is just calamity, and another spin.
Oh,
that's
another spin.
Oh, and I think that was Ellie Jackson actually. And more contact, more drama. You can't even script how much action is just happening here. Things are happening left, right, center, diagonally, every which way. There's always something happening here in Bushnell.
It is absolutely amazing to see here how the fight is going. Meanwhile, up front, look at this. Joaquin Dow, the Paralyn cart, just absolutely taking off and staying smooth and consistent. Again, as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you're kind of watching here and it's your first time seeing Kart Chaser, well, first, welcome to being a Kart Chaser Premium member and enjoy. Second, this is drivers ages 7 to 10 that are running in this category. So this is some of our youngest competitors of the weekend getting first-hand experience here in the wet weather, which can be very, very challenging the best of times, I mean, take your road car out and try to drive in the rain on the interstate, and well, you'll see how that goes. And then, well, try to imagine taking your car at the ages of 5 to 7, 7 to 10 around a wet racetrack with ever-changing conditions. This is some of the trickiest racing you can see, and the fact that Joaquin Dow is currently up in the front, running through very smooth and consistent, is beyond impressive. Bernardo Nascimento up into second place, by the way. Grayson Waite up into third. Adam Kojakar has managed through attrition to get back up into fourth place here after an early spin. Your third place starter, Caden DeMarney, is up into fifth now after losing some time. Alistair Camilo, I have to give a shout out there, started 12th up into sixth. And a big shout out to Elliott Waite and Ethan Martins, who have managed to survive here early on, going through. Some of your biggest losses of the day, though, have gone through and dropped the order. Lucas Clavillo has dropped down into 12th. Ellie Jackson, Peter Gazowski, unfortunately, have lost Alec Thomas through attrition here, as we are coming up on what should be a 3-lap-to-go call when they cross the line.
3 laps to go here in this Micro Swift pre-final here on a Sunday morning, and these drivers are gonna just see if they can just survive. I think it's really just survival is gonna be the name of the game here in this one. Joaquin Dow is gonna go ahead and continue to make his way through. Currently still P1 by about little over 2.5 seconds ahead of Fernando Nascimento. And this is going to be just close battling just directly behind. Some cars are getting a bit closer together. The field is spreading out quite a bit here, as a lot of drivers have just fallen by the wayside. Just attrition due to this wet weather. Although Grayson Waite, we know he is not known for waiting around to make his move. And we're going to see if Fernando Nascimento is going to be able to make something happen in here. A bit wide for Nascimento. Grayson Waite with the Lando Norris inspired helmet, trying to close in. He's going to try to reel him on in. And this is going to be a good run down to the line. It'll be 2 to go once they cross the line. They got to be sure to avoid that big puddle, which would normally be right where you want to start angling your car to try to get the overtake. But that option is just removed from you, as the 2 to go signal has been given. And Grayson Waite still chasing down Nascimento for that P2 position. The gap closed in a little bit to Joaquin Dow, but so far it is still just 2.5 seconds.
I want to give a big shout out to Daniel and Willem, our 2 cameramen, who are bringing us all of this footage live as it happens with the absolute craziness that is going along. They are keeping absolute tabs, braving the rain, and showing all of this action as it comes through. And as we continue along here with the final lap and a half, you see the sliding, you see the challenges that are coming through right now. This is your battle for second place, Nascimento and Waite, who are continuing to battle along here down in the hairpin. You see the slides coming along as well, which are exciting to watch and see how those battles can continue here. Still going along up front, it is the Paralyn of Joaquin Dow who is going to come around to take the 1 to go signal this time by. But the question is, will it be a Paralyn teammate in second place, or will we have a bit of shuffle here out of the pre-finals into the finals? 1 lap to go up front for the number 19. The Paralyn doing a beautiful job navigating the first sector and continuing along.
Yeah, very good performance to pick up the pieces for the number 19, coming down and around the last couple of corners there. He has been strong all weekend, but he has not been able to claim any of the wins here this weekend. He was pretty much right in podium contention for most, if not every single session here, and making his way through the last couple of corners. He's coming up to the twin hairpins for the last time, and he has got such good pace here in the wet, and that's a very good skill to build very early on in your racing career. Coming around the penultimate corners now, he's going to make his way through. He's got 2 left to go. The 2 rivals are battling just behind him, but that is not going to matter to him, because he is going to go ahead and take the top step of the podium, and Joaquin Dow wins the Micro Swift pre-final. And then it is going to be Fernando Nascimento ahead of Grayson Waite Adam Kozakar, the driver who qualified in pole position, having a spin very early on. Caden Damari coming home in P5, and then it is going to be Dylan Roca, Alistair Camilo, Ellison Waite, Marco Mio Civic, and then Ethan Martins in the top 10.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscrack Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscrack, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscrackRacing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
and rolling out on track now. It is time for the Mini Swift Pre-Final to get underway, and the Mini Swifts, they've had a fun weekend so far here, Patrick. It's been a lot of fun to watch through, and let's talk about this starting lineup as it sits for the Mini Swifts. It's Charlie Skopowski who's going to be up in the front with Franco Schiavo in second, Enzo Ramos in third, Leonardo Tavares, Rafael Bateau, Cohen Shoecraft, Braden Schulenborg, Mateus Guzman, Trace Jackson, Hayden Padilla, your 10 karts that will be taking on this race start.
Yeah, and Charlie Skopowski is a driver who has just been very strong all weekend across both classes he runs. He took the pre-final and the final yesterday in the Mini Swift, and he took pole today, so he's already continuing that very good run of form. And we're going to see what he can do here in the Sunday pre-final. They're going to go ahead and get lined up and ready to go as our karts go ahead and going side by side into the tram lines. And they're going to just go ahead and just avoid the puddle. Looks like it grew a bit since we last saw it, but regardless, we're going to go ahead and just make our way through the final corner. And are we going to go green? Green flag, and away we go here. And it is going to be Skopowski still leading here. A bit of a slide for him though, but that won't hurt him too much as they continue to push their way on through. Side-by-side action already happening here in the opening stages as they make their way up the bridge, down the bridge, and into the tight left-hander where we've seen a few moments earlier on today. And we're seeing some pass happening here. That's a spin. That's a spin for the 129. That is going to be Cohen Shoecraft having a bit of a spin in his IME Mini Swift. Very unfortunate stuff there for the 129.
Yeah, Cohen Shoecraft, first person to get a spin along, not going to be ideal at all. It is currently the Parolin driver of Skopowski running up in the front here. Charlie Skopowski looking very strong so far, I have to say, but will that maintain as lots of drivers getting loose and wiggly out of turn 13? That has been something to watch through the day, and Mini Swift proving more and more that that is the case. You got to mind the paint and the curbs here when it has rained, and of course with as wet as the track is, Enzo Ramos now trying to just hold on through. Another Parolin driver here as they run a Parolin 1-2 up in the front, trying to keep things together and trying to keep that run through. Of course, watch out for the AKT Racing Team drivers here going through. Mateus Guzman not in a great position here going through, currently back in last after the spin, and Cohen Shoecraft back the 129 down in 8th place as they come under the bridge and along here. These drivers trying to maintain momentum as much as possible up in the front. Mind the curbs, mind the paint, and watch out for your racing line. And you know what? I think these younger drivers should be able to maintain some good pace in the rain.
Yeah, as long as they just avoid the slippery stuff, being those curves, being that bit of paint. Because, I mean, if you've ever worked anywhere where you've had to paint floors, and you even see it sometimes in pavilions where they say, like, you know, the sidewalk is slippery when wet. Yeah, kind of the same thing applies. Those curves are extremely slippery when wet. They're slippery when they're dry even at some points. So you got to be real careful, especially in these mixed conditions. More rain is expected to hit the area, and we're just going to have to see how the drivers will react to the incoming rain that is, I think, likely to stick with us through the rest of the day. Charlie Skopowski still continues to lead. Only driver setting a sub 109 lap time, a 108.906. Going to be the lap time to beat. But right now, and he is also the card to beat because he is well and truly ahead of Enzo Ramos and Rafael Bateau.
We're about 15 to 20 minutes out from the next batch of rain hitting at the moment, so definitely keeping an eye on that radar through the coming classes is going to be key. If you are a KA junior, shifter, KA senior. You want to really be keeping an eye on the weather, on the rain, and on those track conditions, and thinking about what you may need to do to modify and make your way to survive the run. Of course, all of that standing water on track, I don't expect a dry line to form anytime soon here, but these mini Swifts, of course, running their way through, are looking to carry momentum. Top 4 on your screen, as they said, it's Skrapowski to Ramos to Bateau to Tavares. The top 4 doing a great job of holding their way nose to tail right now, keeping the momentum. A little bit of a gap has formed, but they are managing to maintain and maintaining to manage the pace right now. Down the bridge, that is probably, I would say, the trickiest corner, if not the hairpin at 13. Really, really catching drivers off guard and can cause some big moments for these drivers as they work their way through and along, and just trying to maintain the power in the kart here for the mini Swifts is key. Maintain the momentum and keep yourself in the best racing line, which they all seem to be doing very, very well.
Yeah, this class is actually handling it pretty well. I mean, the last race we witnessed, we had a lot of spins and a lot of drama happening here. This class seems a bit more planted, a little bit more experience on the mini Swifts compared to the micro Swifts. But oh, speaking of, that's, I think, maybe a mechanical failure happening. That is Shoecraft that's out. Shoecraft is out of this one. Mechanical failure. And actually, that's another one now. Ada Padilla also out of this one. I think that's another car. I think that was a car we just saw that had a mechanical failure. So 2 cars are out here with now just 2 laps to go once they cross the line. And then there were 8 mini Swifts remaining. Absolute scenes happening here in Bushnell Park.
Heartbreaking for the AKT racing team. That is 2 of their 3 drivers, unfortunately, out of this race. Aiden Padilla and Cohen Shoecraft both out of this race, racing under the AKT racing team 10 this weekend here in mini Swift. Meanwhile, up front, if you are a Parolin fan, you are going to be very, very happy because your Parolin USA drivers are 1 and 2 right now, with Charlie Skrapowski and Enzo Ramos working their way along here as the sun is deciding to make another slight appearance here as we continue our way through, heading towards the line to take that 2 to go signal. Popsicle sticks in the air, and for Charlie Skrapowski, running a 108.9, best lap of a 108.8. It's been consistency key for Charlie Skrapowski, a driver who has looked strong all weekend long, and when it comes down to this mini Swift points, is really starting to look like the challenge will be going against Colton Bruck and Enzo Ramos after yesterday. Definitely the points when they reset through should be good. Came into the weekend 3rd in points, should come out of the weekend with a good haul of points. And for Charlie Skrapowski, looking towards the end of the season, that is going to be a pretty significant deal.
Yeah, very significant deal indeed, and we're just seeing it as these drivers just kind of make their way out there. Charlie Skrapowski, once again, very strong in this class, and this field is really, really spread out here. So it is unfortunate that we did have 2 retirements on the day, but it is still going to be Charlie Skrapowski getting ready to start his final lap here of the session, and he looks to take another win here. He won the Saturday pre-final and final, and he's looking to go ahead and make it 3 races in a row where he will take victory. And this one is going to be an absolute battle right here behind, though. Some good battles happening here as Charlie Skrapowski going to go ahead and make his way down the bridge for one last time. And he's going to go ahead and come through the tunnel. And now he's going to just do what he can to hold on here. Oh, a bit of a snap there from the 133 as he now makes his way towards the twin hairpins as he gets ready to see the checkered flag first. If he can navigate these last two to 3 corners, he should be home, and it should be a 3rd win of the weekend for Charlie Skrapowski.
Charlie Skrapowski, the Parolin drivers, look so strong. Enzo Ramos and the other Parolin coming through. Gap as they cross the line was about 3 seconds, but rain is so challenging for these younger drivers, and being able to capitalize here is a big deal as Charlie Skrapowski will come across the line to pick up the win with Enzo Ramos coming through in 2nd. You saw Bateau and Tavares, the 103 and the 107, battling there into the final corners, and it will be Rafael Bateau over Leonardo Tavares for 3rd and 4th, Franco Schiavo in 5th, and then it's Trace Jackson, Mateus Guzman, and Braden Schoenborn in the 8th. Again, Aiden Padilla, Cohen Shoecraft, unfortunately, are 2 retirees of this mini Swift category. I tried to say Swatagory, and yeah, Swift category doesn't define very well. Next up, it's KA Juniors. They'll come out for 6 minutes plus 2 laps. Coming up next.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as KA100 Jr is on their formation lap. Let's talk about your starting lineup for KA Jr Samuel Martinez, led by Leighton Vogley, with Lucas Berthana and Santiago Orioli. And then Sebastian Milanov, Achilles Saperco, Jaden Lewis, Thomas Fernandez, Axel Garcia, Sebastian Diaz-Stroll, your top 10 through. And then it's Eva Meklahova, Colton Bruck, Alexander Savage, Maxwell Macha, Kai Hart, Ari Mox, and Flynn Fallon. There were 17 entries here, only 11 put in a time here, so 12 on track. Patrick, any predictions here? Is, well, everybody's rolling through the puddle.
I think Colton Bruck is going to be a driver you really want to keep an eye on. He won the Saturday final, and he's had some pretty good pace, so expect him to start trying to make his way up the field as we go green here at Bushnell Motorsports Park for the KA100 Junior Pre-Final. We're going to go to continue to make our way through. It is going to be 6 minutes plus 2 laps as the drivers make their way through, and that's already a driver just through the puddle, through the mud even. And that is the 833 of Jaden Lewis having a bit of a moment. And that is just, that's a very tough line on your very first lap here. It is, you can recover from it, but man, that's gonna be fun to wash off. I can already tell you. I can already just hear the washer machine complaints for having to wash that race suit.
Not gonna be an ideal moment at all there. I'm sure that the laundry is not gonna enjoy it as we go through into the middle part of the lap here, trying to keep an eye on where these KA100 juniors can go. This class is a class of attrition, survival, and a little bit of luck playing in as well, as you have Lucas Berthana up into second place there in the Sodi Kart. A little bit of side-by-side, a bit further back happening as everyone shuffles through, and then we try to get nice in single file going into the final corner, but coming out of it, we can go side-by-side to battle through. That's Axel Garcia up into 6th, and Colton Bruck, who has found 7th place. Meanwhile, up front, Samuel Martinez and Lucas Berthana are your top 2, with Milanov in 3rd, Leighton Vogley in 4th. So big shuffles up and down the grid as we go up the bridge to go down the bridge here, as Berthana trying to hold on to 2nd place, trying to pull a gap to Sebastian Milanov in 3rd, but then trying to close the gap to Samuel Martinez, who is in the lead right now as they come through the middle part of the lap.
Yeah, they are just absolutely giving it their all here in this KA100 Junior Pre-Final. As we do see, we're seeing everybody just try to race for positions. Colton Bruck already up 5 positions from where he started. I knew that kid was going to be somebody you really want to keep an eye on. And there's a move up the inside. That is going to be a very nice one, but it's going to be a switchback happening here. As that is the, I believe that was Sebastian Milanov getting the retake. We're seeing just drivers absolutely just giving it their all and just trying to fight for these positions. Milanov still ahead of Vogley. Bruck gets another spot here. He's ahead now of Axel Garcia. So Colton Bruck making a very good recovery drive here today. The driver who won the final yesterday is looking to make up some more ground here in the pre-final to set himself up very nicely for the final later on this afternoon.
Here, battles continue along as we have just a multitude of drivers all shuffling their way along for position, fighting and trying to survive and navigate an ever-changing track. That is, I think, the trickiest part of wet weather racing is not necessarily the fact that you're racing in the rain, it's the races after the rain when it's always changing conditions, everything changing top to bottom, and you really have to think about where you're looking, what you're doing, and every lap is slightly different than the last. You can't settle into a rhythm or routine. You are constantly adjusting, trying to find the fastest way in the kart to navigate this circuit. Up front, Berthana, Vogley, Milanov, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Samuel Martinez in the lead by over 3.5 seconds. Big dive into turn 4. Is it a 2-for-1 special? That is one of the Norbert Karting Academy GFCs. That's the 893 of Sebastian Milanov, making the great move there outside, holding the outside, and now let's make it 3 wide. Gained 1 position, but it costs 2 in the end. Milanov now drops down the order here, trying to battle, holding side by side, going under the bridge.
And that's a position retaken by Sebastian Milanov there. And oh, it's a position we lost as well. So just they are fighting so hard between the P3 and P5, and it's just going to be just battles all throughout. Colton Bruck trying to think if they can move around the outside, and a big car landing in a big spin there, and that is drama happening here at this stage. That one is surely going to get looked at by the officials. But man, that was just drama happening here. Mowgli gets the move confirmed against Sebastian Milnov. As we're going to continue on to 8:37 of Samuel Martinez, still setting just lightning quick laps around this track. We know we don't have any lightning expected for the area, but I mean the lightning is right here on track with Samuel Martinez setting even more lightning quick lap times around this track. Lucas Bertana still trying to hold on here, and I mean everything's just kicking off around this track, isn't it, Brad?
That it is here as we go down to less than 60 seconds to go up in the battle, and that big spin there going through for Sebastian Milnov there, the Norberg Karting Academy driver, is going to shake everything up. Meanwhile, up front, Samuel Martinez with a beautiful gap here coming to the line to take 3 to go this time by, as we'll be under a minute to go as Samuel Martinez crosses the line. And this shot gives you just the real idea of where the gap is there for the top 5 as we see further back through. There's Colton Bruck crossing the line now. This is going to be Thomas Fernandez and Achilles Superco who we are following across the line, as Achilles Superco has gotten ahead through Sebastian Diaz-Stroll in the 817. And then this is the 817 and 843 of Diaz-Stroll and Fernandez that we are following up the hill to go down the hill as they head into turn number 5, the middle part of the lap now, starting to go under the bridge, battling out near the back here as we're waiting for the run here. Who's going to get the advantage under the bridge right now? It is still Diaz-Stroll holding ahead of Thomas Fernandez.
As it is going to be 2 laps to go next time they cross the line. And we're going to just see, there's that puddle. You can see from the evidence of that puddle, it is raining once again here in Bushnell Motorsports Park. And it's going to really just affect a lot of the other races. The Shifter Seniors and Shifter Masters really struggled in the rain, and that's our next pre-final coming up after this one. So Samuel Martinez is going to make his way down the hill. And we're just trying to see how these drivers are going to go ahead and just see if the rain is going to affect anybody here. I think it's pretty late in the race, so it shouldn't affect too many drivers. But then again, it is Florida. The floodgates can open at any time. As Brad and I were talking just behind the scenes, Brad is saying that Florida weather makes no sense, and I am inclined to agree with him there. Florida weather is sporadic, but adaptability is something that these drivers are going to have to utilize if they want to maximize their results here today.
White flag out, 1 lap to go. Goes through and really just fighting the run of attrition that has been the weather, that has been the ever-changing conditions here today. The only driver that's going to finish in the position they started in, started up on pole and is bringing that kart around for the final half of a lap to finish on pole. And it is just a case of navigating some of the tricky wet conditions, navigating through the final few curbs that will make all the difference for Samuel Martinez here in KA Jr. That 837 having a great go here, running that SLA Karting kart racing team go here, coming through the final corners and looking back at just the history we have here on Carter DB. There's not a win tally in Carter DB for Martinez. This would be the first. Coming across the line, add another tally to it. It is going to be Samuel Martinez up on the top in KA Jr. Will be Lucas Berthano with Santiago again for the drivers. Scott Presti up into the front, but it's one thing to get up to the front. Now Scott Presti has to keep that RS kart in the front and defend through for what will be another 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps. So call it 5.5 minutes of racing here, because again, remember, we shortened the pre-final and finals by 2 minutes, which means that this category runs 6 minutes on the go, and they're running about 40-second laps right now. Yesterday, we saw them down in the 30s in times. I believe about 35 to 36 seconds was the average lap time here for the Shifter Senior and Master. Now we're seeing about 42 seconds. That is the difference that rain and wet weather can make. Battles continuing here up and down the field in the mid-pack here, as we see again just drivers continuing to try to work their way along here. Dominic Karai, the Sodi driver, trying to find a bit of momentum ahead to catch up to Scott Presti, the Presti Racing driver, who is having a very good run right now.
Yeah, he's currently in the lead, and he's looking to actually upset the dominance that Dominic Karai has had pretty much all weekend long here up until this point. And we're going to see if that pace does continue to translate. Presti ahead of Karai, ahead of Andres are your top three here in this one, with Presti setting the fastest lap so far. And another thing to note as well is that they are running the outer loop. They are not utilizing the bridge here, and that's how it's been all weekend long, and it's how it's going to remain all weekend long. So they're using a different layout compared to the other groups. Everybody else will be going up and down the bridge, just not in the shifters. So as we go ahead and continue to fight our way through here, Scott Presti still leads ahead of Dominic Karai and Andres as they continue to just try to find their footing here. Gaps are spreading a bit here and there. Side-by-side action though, this is not going to stop any point soon. And here we go. This is some good battling here between these two. Bit of a slide out from that red car a bit further back. And I believe that is some of the Shifter Seniors still continuing to scrap it out, as Karai is ahead of Andres still, as we have about 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go, plus the additional 2 laps.
Plenty of action here in Shifter and running around this track in this alternate layout. It's so exciting to really get to see these Shifter karts run this alternate layout, where I would love to see them go up the hill and under the bridge, but of course going down the hill trying to shift, such a big problem. Battle for the lead going through, and Dominic Karai and the Sodi kart shuffling along here, going past the RS and moving through here as we try to see gaps close and see things change. That is getting through lap traffic of Ryan Coberly, the master. The battle for the lead now compresses. Well, actually, it expands quite a bit here. There was some good momentum coming from Dominic Karai. Now losing 1.2 seconds, having to work past Ryan Coberly, and that gives Scott Presti a bit of breathing room here that will very much be appreciated up in the front, as that 408 has been running really, really strong all the way along, as Christopher Green, now your fastest car on track right now, in 5th place. That 426 has managed to pull some strong momentum here. Let's see what that 426 can do to close things up closer to the front.
Yeah, we're seeing some. We're going to see if there could be any progress made here at this stage of the race. And I know it's tricky business here, as we are seeing a bit of a recovered drive here from Giram as he makes his way up now with the fastest lap of the race of a 40.151. The track is drying out a bit, but we are still expecting a little bit more rain, and that's going to be just pure action coming through as drivers are just trying to make their way past the lapped traffic of Ryan Coberly, and even the contact as they make their way through. Sometimes traffic giveth and traffic can taketh away, and we saw a moment of that almost coming to fruition at this point out, as drivers are just really just trying to make up positions. Giram is back up into 3rd though, so he's definitely got some pace in that 426, and he's actually getting close to the man who's dominated most of this weekend of Dominic Karai with 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go in the race, about 2 minutes of action left to remain as these battles continue to heat up time and time again. Lap traffic mixing things up, battles going through. Big bump to the rear bumper there to shuffle up some swaps, but here's the thing to remember with that. You got to be careful using the bumper, because pushbacks can come into play big time. It's a 3-second penalty for a half, and it's a 6-second penalty for a full pushback. So if you're not careful, that can change everything with your go. But for Christopher Green, I think that was a good pass there. Hopefully did not deploy the pushback bumper there. But for Dominic Garai, it will be a case of, you know, what can you do to get back up? How can you handle to the end? Here is a look at your race leader right now, Scott Presti, who didn't seem to have the pace dialed in yesterday, seems to really have it dialed in today here for that 408. Coming across the line, 1 lap to go for the Presti Racing RS Kart, and it will be just another 40 seconds to try to have a clean lap.
Yeah, exactly that. Scott Presti, he has been pretty much on top of things since we started this pre-final here for the Shifter Senior and Master Pre-Final. And here we go. This is going to be just more battling happening as they make their way on through. And that's going to be an easy pass. That is traffic that they're fighting through at the moment. So lap traffic becoming a bit of a factor in the late stages of the race. White flag is out. And we're going to see who's going to take the checkered flag first. It is undoubtedly going to be Scott Presti as they get ready to come across the line. And Scott Presti will win the Shifter Senior and Master Pre-Final here on the day. Few karts come across the line as they run over that puddle. It is going to be Scott Presti and Christopher Guerin, and then Dominic Garai, James Andres, and Boris Lauren Van Tak takes the win in the Shifter Masters. And Rob Gore, Wayne Watts, Vincent Stoltz, and Chris Kaiser rounding out your top 10 here. Next up, it is going to be the KA100 Senior Pre-Final coming at you shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as KA Senior Pre-Final is now rolling here. And this is going to be some wild, wild action to come at you. Easily the most chaotic class of yesterday, and I have a feeling that they will continue the case here going along as we take a look at Danilo Romalo up in the front with Frankie Iadavea in second, Chase Gassi at lead in third, Frederick Manning in fourth, Nelson Torres Ocasio in fifth, and Luca Lira in sixth. Wyatt Downing, Azir Torres Jr., Stephen Miller Jr., and Christian Velez, your top 10 here. Tons of drivers up and down the field as it was a chaotic qualifying for them. They get formed up here. Patrick, this is going to be one of those that I say just buckle up and keep up. And it's going to be the end of the first lap where we really see how things settle through as drivers are still not in the run. I would imagine we're going to send them around a second time as they are practically stopping on the start line.
I saw some of them even going as much as 3 wide, so I would be very surprised. Oh, it's a green flag anyway. We are green here for the K100 Senior Pre-Final, and there's already a kart taking a bit of a cut through the grass, and it's already a chaotic start here. I wonder if he'll be forced to give those positions back, and there's drama in the back. A few karts came together, and that is heartbreak. And that is something you definitely do not want to see at the start. And I believe, yeah, that was a very, very rough moment. I think there was 3 separate cars involved in that incident. And so they will just drop to the back of the field. Frankie Iadavea is going to be the kart that started the race in the lead, making their way through. And we're going to just see if anybody can hold up, if Iadavea can make his way back through and try to jump back into the winner's column, as side-by-side action is just happening all over the track. And you can see evasive action trying to miss the puddle. And Iadavea still leads at Romalo and then Gassi lead your top 3.
That was multiple of the Norberg Karting Academy karts caught up in an incident there in the first lap, shuffling things along the order for them as they all try to get back going here. Up front, Frankie Iadavea holding up into the lead right now. The U-Race driver trying to carry on some momentum. You see those purple and white GFCs. Those are all Norberg Karting Academy drivers who are going to be carrying on momentum, trying to find some pace here into the front as they try to work their way along. Shuffles up and down the field. Let's go to the inside and try to get some 2x2s going here in the mid-pack as these drivers, again, these KA seniors, they know how important it is to carry momentum along and try to make movements quickly. So they're gonna be a little bit willing here as you see dry spots developing along the track. They are gonna be a bit more willing than others to shuffle things through. Iadavea falling way down the order into 5th though, as it is Danilo Romalo who is up into the front.
Romalo up into the front, and Downing also had a bit of a drop through as well. So a few drivers dropping quite a few positions. Downing dropped 5, Iadavea dropped 4, and actually even a bit further down, Lyra also dropped 3 positions. So drivers just dropping positions left, right, and center. But I mean, that's just kind of the nature of the beast of KA100 seniors. It's a very packed class, a very chaotic class, as evidenced from yesterday. And we're seeing side by side 3 karts from the same academy all battling it out for positions. The purple and white Norberg Academy karts all just duking it out, trying to prove that they're the best from their academy. And that puddle in the center is drying up ever so slightly, but for right now, it is still there, still a threat, and drivers will do their best to avoid it, as Iadavea has now dropped down into 8th. So not the smoothest of starts, as there is a yellow flag out. I'm trying to identify where the yellow flag, or what the yellow flag is for. I'm assuming it's a kart off somewhere, or a kart spun. But we are still racing here in the KA100 Senior Pre-Finals here with 2.5 minutes left to go before the final 2 laps.
2.5 minutes plus 2 laps left to go, and battles continue to develop up and down the field. There's a dive to the inside into 13, and see if there could be a switchback. The answer is no, and that's a beautiful pass there from Miller Jr. on Torres Ocasio to swap positions there for P3. Gassi at lead right now, closing down the gap to Romalo. Gap sitting at about 9/10 of a second, as Stephen Miller Jr. now up into 3rd, your fastest kart by 3/10 of a second right now over your race leader. So watch out for that 973 of Stephen Miller Jr. to start closing things in, as that has there's potential in that 973 to find some strong pace here. But Chase Gassi at lead will be looking to defend here in 2nd place and close up to the lead here, as Miller Jr. is looking to take off here, heading through the 3rd part of the lap, looking very smooth so far, as you have one car off to the side on the exit of 12, and now as we hit 13, everyone running wide and along, and lots of looks over the shoulder here, Patrick. Everyone trying to gauge where the next kart's at, what they can do, as this Florida sun is out and should be out for the next several hours from what we can tell, which will allow these drivers to just continue to push through, dry this track out, and get to some big battles.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a lot of drivers now running their dry tires, as there's definitely a lot of dry parts on the track. Still some wet spots that the drivers are going to want to avoid, particularly in the center of the track. You can see a little bit of the wet line there, the darker shaded part of the track. And then, of course, obviously on the run to the final corner, there is that puddle that is still there, as we're going to just see as Lyra's now down in the 22nd. drivers are going to go ahead and try to just find any ounce of pace in such a stacked field for the KA100 seniors as they're coming through. It'll be 3 laps to go once they cross the line. It is Stephen Miller Jr. who just now sets the fastest lap of the race with a 54.681, with Danilo Romolo still taking the lead here. Just ahead of Chase Gassia lead, 1.3 seconds back.
Coming into the final laps now, and still Miller Jr. fastest car on track by 2/10 last time up over Chase Gassia lead, closing that gap right there to the back. But what's that best saying? It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass here for Stephen Miller Jr. Has to try to get past Chase Gassia at the lead. That is a strong ask, I will tell you right now there. The Dan Devereaux racing driver in the Lando Norris Kart looking over the shoulder back at Stephen Miller Jr. and saying, you know what, you want to go for the pass? Bring on the pass if you think you can do it. Here we go, 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks are in the air. 54.513 last time for Danilo Romolo. So we're continuing to pick up pace. Stephen Miller Jr., though, still faster, closing up that gap. Even more to Chase Gassia as we pick up on some battles further back in the field here. Going up and down the bridge. This is where we start to look for the pass here as Miller Jr. takes a peek to the inside on Gassia Lee. Isn't close enough to get the pass, but certainly is there, and Chase Gassia Lee will know it.
Yeah, he is just trying to hold off, and we know Stephen Miller Jr. can get some good moves in when he needs to, and we know he's got some really good pace in that 9.73. We're seeing now he's just been setting fastest lap after fastest lap at 54.450, and he might just be able to get himself up into P2 at least. White flags up, final lap here of the session. Chase Gassia Lee had a fire lit under him as he's now just at the fastest lap of the session. A 54.231 fastest lap for the driver, currently in second place. As Danilo Romo going to try to go ahead and clear this one out. He took pole position earlier on today, and he's going to look to take another good victory here, and we'll see what he can do here. He took pole position in both qualifying sessions, but he wasn't able to get it done in the pre-final or the final this time. He's looking to make that change. He's only got 2 more corners left to go, and victory surely is going to be his.
Danilo Romolo will bring it through the final corner here, coming to the line, and is going to pick up the win in the KA100 Senior Pre-Final. Second place will be Gassia Lee, with Miller Jr. coming across the line in third. That gap opening up quite a bit in the end. Nelson Torres-Ocasio in fourth, with Kareem Shadea in fifth. Frederick Manning, Frankie Iadavea, Azer Torres Jr., Wyatt Downing, Evan Hager, your top 10 on the go. Some of your big games, Eduardo Seacher up 12 places from 25th to 13th. Some of your biggest losses, Luca Lira down from 6th into 22nd when it's all said and done. That's KA100 Senior done and dusted. Coming up next, we go to T4 Minis and 206 Cadets for their 5 minutes plus 2 laps. Up next.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarstrack Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarstrack, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarstrackRacing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, where now it's time for the T4 Minis and 206 Cadets to roll out on track here. Let's talk about your starting lineup as they go on the roll here. Your T4 Mini 206 Cadet starting lineup is going to be as follows. Going Shoecraft up at the top. Charlie Skopowski in second. Cooper Maccabee in third. Brody Picos in fourth. Luciano Iannozzi in fifth with Grayson Kurtz in sixth. Mac Birkenmeier in seventh with Parker Kurtz in eighth. Oliver Adams, Mila Wellborn, and Nicola Lopez. The 11 entries here, 9 of which set a time in the qualifying this morning. Going side by side here, and it looks like, that might be a small issue up here in the front that could be causing a big problem. And you see they're saying, hey, get in front of me. No, wait, the engine failed. Oh, that is heartbreak here up in the front.
Yeah, I mean, run of the formation lap, too. That's not great. That engine, oh, wait, he might have been able to get it fired up. We'll see. He's talking with one of the marshals. Oh, there he is. Yep, he got it back going. That's good to see. Glad to see him back rolling, but that's surely going to be a send around. Surely it's going to be a send around. Yep, another send around. We are not quite racing yet. We got to wait for Cohen Shoecraft to go ahead and rejoin the field here on this one. So, and it's unfortunate because he was on pole for the T4 Minis. So that is really unfortunate. That is that spec chassis group. So just really unfortunate there for Cohen Shoecraft. And a driver who's been really strong in these T4s all day. And actually all weekend, Charlie Skopowski is going to pretty much start right from the front.
And Shoecraft will get to go back up to the front here and reclaim the grid position. You see the thumbs up there. Not sure what caused that engine to die, but unfortunately it did. Fortunately, got it restarted, gets back to the front. We take the wave around here as we slow roll into the tram lines to try this one again. Side by side, nice and slow through the final corner. And as they run along here, we are green flag racing side by side down into turn one, and it's a great cover off from Skopowski there on Maccabee as they go side by side. One kart spinning all the way around, making a 720 pirouette along, and that was Brody Picos who was off the track as we go up the bridge to go down the bridge. Top three hanging out here along as they can, as we have battles up in the front for second place.
Yeah, battles are happening just all throughout the field as we continue on. These T4s, they're all spec machines. So, I mean, it really just comes down to the driver's skill. And sometimes if you over push those carts, you can have a bit of a spin. And I just spoke that one into existence. That's a big spin, another spin. Just coming right off the downhill, just carrying, or sorry, no, that's into the first of the twin hairpins right there. So that is just unfortunate. And, oh, we are already seeing it get really, really pushy between the T4 and the 206 Cadet cart. Just absolute scenes happening here as Charlie Skopowski does take the lead, and then it is going to be Luciano Iannozzi up in the P3 and the 206 Cadet carts, as that is going to be Brody Picos down the order.
We said it and we'll say it again. The biggest thing that you cannot do in tricky conditions is overdrive the kart. You'll have those moments happen through, as Grayson Kurtz unfortunately has dropped down the order as well. That was the driver we saw over pushing there going through. Is Charlie Skopowski up in the front right now trying to hold on. Cohen Shoecraft in second, Luciano Iannozzi in third, Cooper Maccabee in fourth, as these drivers continue to battle it along in the T4 206 combined run. Side-by-side contact there. That's the 199 of Parker Kurtz, who's been spun around there after side-by-side contact with Oliver Adams, causing that through. That is going to shuffle things along here. And actually, forgive me, that was Mila Wellborn who went down the inside on Parker Kurtz, causing that contact and shuffling things up as Parker Kurtz drops down the order. Now up in the front, coming through, Oliver Adams up into fifth, Mac Birkenmeier into sixth, Grayson Kurtz into seventh, Mila Wellborn up to eighth, and Parker Kurtz dropping down into ninth place now.
Yeah, just unfortunate contact. Just a bit of an optimistic lunge there from Mila Wellborn, excuse me, as they just continue to fight now. And now we're actually seeing a good amount of battles between the 206 and the T4 mini cadet machines as they are just battling it out here. Two separate karts, two separate styles, but the same level of racing intensity from these young drivers as they will continue to press on. I mean, they're at such a good stage in their careers. They can learn. They're pretty young, and it's about between the ranges of 5 to 7 for these cadet karts as they make their way through. Cohen Shoecraft on pole earlier, setting the fastest lap. So he does have the good 1 lap pace, but he's still got 3/10 of a second to make up in about 3 laps if he wants to catch up to Charlie Skrapowski, who has so far been very strong this weekend.
Certainly looks like that gap is closing. It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. That's what we say, and that's so true here in the T4s. Again, remember, it is all about the driver behind the wheel just as much as it is about the kart. Spec Tilliston chassis going through with the sealed in 4-stroke engines, helping to produce some very, very competitive battling all the way up and down the run. We head down to take the 2 to go signal this time by, and that 2 to go signal will be taken first by Charlie Skrapowski coming through, Cohen Shoecraft in second, Luciano Iannozzi there in third with Cooper McAbee in fourth as they cross the line now. Luciano Iannozzi, by the way, a 1-minute flat, fastest 206 cadet of the weekend so far. Cooper McAbee in fourth right now as Skrapowski and Shoecraft go under the bridge. Going over the bridge is Iannozzi and McAbee, who continue to shuffle through. Again, they're in different classes, but still battling for positions overall, as up front, it does seem like Skrapowski and Shoecraft have opened up the gap a little bit.
Yeah, these two have been consistently the fastest in this category all day long. And I mean, you have Shoecraft, who is topping the practice session at the top of the morning. So we know that Shoecraft has got some pace in the T4s. But can he use it to catch up to Charlie Skrapowski, who has taken everything aside from qualifying this weekend in the T4 class? White flags out, final lap here. And for the T4 minis and the 206 Cadet Pre-Final here on this very mixed weather Sunday afternoon. And Iannozzi still leads the 206 Cadets, setting the fastest lap in that category with a 1:372. Charlie Skrapowski a 58.899, top of the session overall, making their way through. A little bit of rumbling over the strip there as they continue to make their way through. Final lap here, coming through the twin hairpins. And now coming through, they got a few more corners left to go. And then Charlie Skrapowski has been on top all weekend long, aside from qualifying earlier. But he will go ahead and add another win to the winners column. And Charlie Skrapowski will win the T4 Mini Pre-Final. Cohen Shoecraft just behind by just over a second. And then Cooper McAbee will round out P3 and lead. And then Luciano Iannozzi will win the 206 Cadets. And then it is Grayson Carruthers, Oliver Adams, Max Berkmeyer, Mila Wellborn, Parker Carruthers, and Brody Picos, your last finishers on the session. Next up, it is going to be the T4 Junior and the 206 Junior Pre-Final coming at you shortly.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a kart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
And rolling out on track now, it is the T4 and LO206 Jr Pre-Final getting their way along on track. And let's talk about how their starting lineup is going to go. Roman pulling up in the front with Tobias Matheson in second, Riley Parks in third, Ashton Pierce in fourth, Tyler Padgett in fifth, with Dillinger Appel in sixth, Noah Hooper in seventh, with Benjamin Chastain in eighth, Mateus Gonzalez, Stephanie Miller rounding out your top 10. Then it's going to be Thaddeus Coker with Maximilian Santoro, Brighton Fleet, Hugh Coker, Jocelyn Moncinso, Josiah Sutherland, Lucas Stoecki, and Julian Cadero Alcazar, with 2 drivers not putting in times, Cameron Jones and Max Hudman there in qualifying. So that is going to be how the pre-finals line up as we get going.
They're going to go in and formed up side by side, and we're seeing, and once again, this is a majority of the field is in that spec class. Actually, it's pretty evenly split. There's 10 in the spec class and then 8 in the 206 junior class. So here we go, the T4s. Those Tilliston karts are going to go to get ready to give it a go here just ahead of the 206 juniors. And here we go. Being told to slow it down and line up. And we're going to see, is it green or is it yellow? It is send around again. We are not yet racing here, as they saw something that they didn't like. I think there's a few cars that were just slightly out of position, and they will send it around one more time for 6 minutes plus 2 laps here. And that is going to be it's going to be a fun one. This class has been very, very competitive all throughout, and I think it's going to even get more competitive as the day goes on. So after this one, we do have still quite a good amount of final or pre-finals headed your way. After this, it is the 206 Senior Master and then the T4 Senior Master. So 3 more pre-finals left to go, but we still have the finals coming up later on today. Side by side going into the tram lines, and we're gonna see if we're gonna go green this time. Few more raindrops I think are falling, but nothing too major as they round the final corner now. And here we go as they get ready to go green. It is green flag racing here, and the T4 and 206 juniors are underway.
And underway they go down into the first few corners here, looking to make moves up the inside. That's a big send up the inside in the T4s as multiple karts there having some interesting moves through the first few corners. But meanwhile, down the hill they go, over the bridge and under the bridge up front. Matheson will try to hold on with Roman Pullen and Riley Parks. Ashton Pearson in fourth, Tyler Padgett in fifth as they go through a big contact there in the T4s. Multiple karts off there under the bridge. Absolute chaos has released here in the beginning as some of these drivers are starting to weeble, wobble, wiggle their way along here. T4s as more karts backwards there into turn 12. That is not a place where you want to be stopped facing the wrong way in traffic, as we've had probably 6 or 7 karts end up in incidents here early on in this run of the T4 Junior 206 Juniors as lap 1 will complete, and let's get a reset on your lineup as it goes. Roman pulling up into the front here as they go, and then everyone else is just shuffled all over the order here in the mix. So big moves still trying to be pulled along here as we go side by side yet again. Big moves again into turn 4 as more karts go side by side in the T4 category.
Some really just strong battles happening here in these T4s, and we're gonna just see some just insane battling from these young drivers. And that's a kart off the track. It looked like And oh, that's a spin there too. I think there was some kind of issue. He went wide and went straight into the grass very early on. And that is just very unfortunate there. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car back rolling. But yeah, it's just very unfortunate. It's going to be a dive on the inside. And that is going to be a move. Oh, but the move doesn't quite stick. It is T4 versus 206 for that battle. They move out of the way to miss the puddle. And they are back in. And we're going to just see how these carts go ahead and make their way on through. Coming through the opening S's, and just positions are just changing left, right, and center. As Roman Pullen just sets the new fastest lap of the race. And lots of changes happening here. As Tyler Patchett's up 6 positions. So that's a very good start there from the 223. As the race still continues on, it's going to be move up the inside. And action is just all over the place. And did they crash under the tunnel?
I believe there might have been an incident there under the tunnel as, well, we saw the carts go in. I didn't necessarily see the carts go out. I see someone backwards sitting in their cart on the exit of the tunnel. Not ideal. I see another very, very slow cart on the exit of turn 12. So something is catching these drivers off guard. I got to wonder if it's not a case of maybe just misprediction of track conditions playing into things here for some of our drivers. Roman Pullen currently up at the top with Dillinger Appel in second. Mateus Gonzalez and Tobias Matheson third and fourth. Fifth place here, Benjamin Chastain, Stephanie Miller in sixth, Tyler Padgett seventh, Thaddeus Coker in eighth, Maximilian Santoro ninth, and Braden Kleep, your top 10 as these drivers continue to run through in the game of attrition, getting to the end of this run, and they still have a minute 15 plus 2 laps. A little bit of side-by-side contact there on the exit of the tunnel for 2 of our T4s. As they work under the tunnel, we continue to battle along.
They're absolutely fighting tooth and nail, and they're trying for passes here, just trying to find any form of gap that they can really just try to utilize here. And Thaddeus Coker, and then trying to fight off Maximilian Santoro just behind, as they are all just fighting through here. But Roman Pullen, he's got a pretty good gap here to Dillinger Appel. So Roman Pullen having a pretty strong weekend here as it started. He had a good day Saturday and looking to have a pretty good Sunday, as well as the sun is actually coming out as we are finally putting the sun in Sunday, and that is a stricken car. I think that's actually Riley Parks. That's the 272 that is stricken there, unfortunately. So a driver who was really strong yesterday, who took the Saturday pre-final in this category, unfortunately down in 18th at the end of today.
Roman Pullen up here in the front, coming along to cross the line to get 2 to go this time by here. Starting to catch up to some traffic as we head along here. That is going to be the 721 we're taking a look at. That is Julian Cadero Alcazar, who is down at the back of your 206 category. Last part still running here as the 222 there, the orange suit of Pullen in the Tillerson cart, is working that T4 very, very well. Of course, coming off of a strong result yesterday, looking to continue the strong results here today. And looking back at some of the runs from yesterday, no surprise here to see that 222 making great moves here through the turn 12 into 13, catching up again to the 721 of Julian Cadero Alcazar, looking to get a lap and put him a lap down. As we look at the 242 here, who is working through, who seems to not be having as ideal of a day, you have to say, for Ashton Pearson, running in P15.
Yeah, Ashton Pearson, a very strong competitor, came into this weekend as a championship contender, and I don't know if it was just scraping the bottom, but that car didn't exactly sound the healthiest out of a lot of his competitors. He is currently, aside from Riley Parks, who isn't racing anymore, Ashton Pearson is the lowest ranked T4 junior car in this pre-final. We know that Ashton Pearson's got the pace, just maybe a rough day in the office in the reliability department, as Noah Hopper hops up into the top 10. and they're coming their way through. It is the last lap here. The white flag has been waved, and it's going to be Roman Pullen looking to grab another win here today. He has been having a very good season so far and a very good day here in Bushnell. He comes to the line now, and he will take victory in the T4 Juniors. And that is a good race win for the 222. Making his way across the line. He will continue the streak. He won the Saturday final, and we'll see if he can do it again today. It is going to be Roman Pullen ahead of Dylan Durapel, Benjamin Chastain, Matthias Gonzalez, and then it is going to be Stephanie Miller, Tobias Matson, Tyler Padgett. Thaddeus Coker going to go ahead and winning in the 206 Juniors, and then it is going to be Maximo Santoro, Noah Hopper, and then Braden Cleve, Joycelyn Montesino, and then it is going to be a very, very good setup for our final here later on. And we'll see if some of the drivers who had a tough time out this time can have a good one in the final. Next up, your 206 Senior and 206 Masters coming at you shortly.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know,
I'm really starting.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our penultimate pre-final of your Sunday here for round number 6 of the Florida Karting Challenge here at Bushnell Motorsports Park. It is time for 206 Senior and Master to roll out, and well, let's talk about their starting lineup here as they go down towards the bridge here. It's going to be Summer Whited leading Jaden Cassis in your top 2, Carlo Rochetti in 3rd, Ethan Bellis in 4th, Dylan Almeida, Zachary Seymour, Esteban Munoz, Juan Carlos Matute, Pedro Crispum, James Hare, Eduardo Seacher, and Leonardo Fernandez Palante, and then Jacob Shortzeski will be your last driver here on the grid as they get going here, heading through. This was a very different track condition this morning, Patrick, as they head into their formation lap. It was raining, it was crazy. They're now plenty dry here, but how is that going to play out for these drivers heading into this race?
Yeah, because I mean the spray was actually reaching taller than the carts were earlier on when these guys were going through their session, but now this track is pretty much mostly dry. You still have that puddle just before the final turn, but I mean that's going to be, I think that's the only like wet spot really still on the track. The rain has missed us, and we're going to go ahead and get ready to go here as the green flag is flying, and away we go. And here we go. This is going to be the 206 Senior Master category. There's already a spin around. That's the 334. That is Pedro Crispim. Just unfortunately getting turned around there in the opening stages, and that's going to be very, very rough. We'll see if he can try to make a comeback. It's almost too wide coming downhill as we make our way through. Everybody just trying to cycle on through, going under the bridge. And this is going to be a strong fight. 8 minutes plus 2 laps is to go here for the 206 Senior and Masters category. Coming through the twin hairpins now. And we're just seeing that everybody is really just trying, looking one way, looking another. Maybe think about to switch back side by side. A bit of a better corner exit there for the dark red cart. Just coming on through. Very good pass, but is the pass going to stick into the final corner? Are we going to see any takebacks? And the answer is going to be no. That's going to be Carlo Rochetti up into the top.
Rochetti ahead of Summer Whited there with that beautiful pass out of 13. Dylan Almeida in 3rd. Esteban Munoz in 4th. Pedro Crispum spun. I saw one cart go up on 2 wheels out of turn number 1, but was able to get away with it. Look here, 4th place back. That is going to be Cassis looking for a move on Munoz, trying to get past through. Esteban Munoz had a great run yesterday, currently sitting in 5th place now today, as your top 3 have lost a little bit of touch there with Rochetti as they work into the middle part of the lap. You see drivers kind of looking over the shoulder. Everyone trying to gauge here at the end of lap 1, here almost at the end of lap 2, where their friends are, where their enemies are, and that's a spin. Not an ideal place for a spin at all there. Into turn 12, loses out so many positions, drops back, and now has to build that momentum back up, which is hard to do in the 206 cart sometimes. It looks like big damage there, actually. And that will be another cart out of this race. Unfortunate for Esteban Munoz and Ethan Bellis. Esteban Munoz dropping down to 6th. Ethan Bellis, the cart we saw there, with the damage that might be out of this race entirely.
Yeah, I think I saw part of that front bumper just fly up a little bit, so I think there might be some, there's definitely at least front bumper damage on that number C15, as he has dropped down 5 positions. Now they're going to do battle under the tunnel, and this is going to be a very big scrap. Esteban Munoz just ahead of, and I'm sorry, that's actually Whited ahead of Almeida, trying to fight for position here, trying to fight. This is a fight for P2 as they continue to make their way around. Can Almeida make the move onto our pole sitter of Summer Whited? And not yet. Whited just trying to white out Dylan Almeida from trying to make the move. Looks for a move, but there's that puddle there. And that puddle is such a dangerous spot. You don't want to really find yourself in that spot. As Carlo Rochetti now 1.2 seconds ahead of Summer Whited, as Tchorzuski trying to go ahead and trying to regain some ground, drops down to 9th. And here goes side by side. It's going to be a move there And that's going to be a good pass there. A few passes actually on the downhill. Drivers really just trying to find their footing very early on as we are in the last 2.5 minutes before the final 2 laps of our penultimate pre-final of the afternoon.
The bridge really painting some great passing opportunities here going down the hill as the drivers look through, and they're able, especially in this 206 category, to carry the momentum and go for the pass that they may not be able to set up otherwise here. As you see behind, the battles here with teammates trying to swap around for positions as they work their way down through the middle part of the lap. Again, you want to avoid that puddle, swerve all the way to the inside. You're going to lose a little bit of time there going through for Seymour, Munoz, and Seicher, but that's what you got to do in order to avoid that puddle as those three try to work together here to find their way along into the end of this run. 1:30 left to go in qualifying right now, and we are taking a look again back here at Esteban Munoz, Seymour, and Seicher, who are running together, and then Rochetti, Whited, Cassis, and Almeida, your top 4 are running a very close pack together as well, trying to work through the back third of the lap as they look to see who will win the pre-final here for 206 Senior.
Yeah, this is going to be a very strong battle. These three are nose to tail, just snaking their way through the twin hairpins, trying to catch up to Rochetti. It is Whited ahead of Casas, ahead of Almeida, all fighting for that P2 spot, trying to claim that silver medal. They all want to go fight for the lead, but Rochetti's just setting some really good pace. Another fastest lap, now 1.7 seconds between Rochetti and Whited, so Whited now might just need to focus on holding on to this battle. A move up the inside was attempted from Jaden Casas, but just nothing yet. He took a look at the inside, but just couldn't find anything. And we'll see now if this opens the door for any moves here. Esteban Munoz goes ahead and takes the fastest lap on that last lap. Still about 2.6 seconds away from this pack battling here for position. It's going to be 3 laps to go. It's going to be 2 laps to go when they cross the line as the timer does tick down. We might get a bonus lap. I don't think there's enough time for it, so it should be 2 to go this time by as the timer has 5 seconds on the clock. So it will be 2 more laps to go as they get ready to cross the line. It'll be 2 to go now that Rochetti is about to cross the line. And this 3-way battle is still continuing. A few of them running a bit wide. Whited still holding on ahead of Casas. Casas losing a minor bit of ground to Almeida. And good battles are happening here, but it looks like it's going to be a good run up the bridge. Can the same be said for down the bridge? Is there going to be moving the inside? The answer is no, not yet. But I can already feel that move coming sooner rather than later, Brad.
Absolutely, it's great battling up and down here for second place. The thing is, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. And these 206 engines really rely on momentum and carrying speed. You can't necessarily just go for a move and then accelerate back in. You've really got to set it up and think about it. That you go along here, lap and a half left of action. The gap up front continuing to open up each lap as these three stick nose to tail. You would think working together would give them some room, but it's really not here. Almeida has dropped a little bit back here from Whited and Cassis as we go down. White flag out, 1 lap to go of action here, down through the first few corners. You see Whited and Cassis holding nose to tail for second place, and I'm looking for Cassis to try to put the nose in, try to find a move along, and see where there's a passing opportunity. Up the bridge now and down the bridge, heading into turn 5, would this be the place to go? Here's your leader, Rochetti. Going under the bridge through, no change for second place yet, but Almeida has closed back in a little bit, and as they come out from under the bridge, heading into the final third of the lap, this is where the pressure will build on Summer Whited. Jaden Cassis holding that run. Up front, though, Carlo Rochetti has had such a great go, the Nash Motorsports driver, doing a beautiful job here of carrying the pace and momentum and slowly and consistently building that gap 10th by 10th by 10th here, coming through in the final corners for Rochetti. Nobody behind, doesn't even look over the shoulder, but doesn't need to. Comes around to the checkered flag, and for Carlo Rochetti, it is the win in 206 Senior Master Pre-Finals. Second place will be Summer Whited, Jaden Cassis in third, Dylan Almeida in fourth, Esteban Munoz will pull fifth here, Zachary Seymour in sixth, Eduardo Seicher in P7, Leonardo Fernandez Palante in eighth, Ethan Bell is in ninth, and Jacob Schwartzek in P10. one more pre-final left to go here on the day. It's T4 Senior and Master coming up next.
Starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
And last but certainly not least, it's time for T4 Senior, T4 Master Pre-Final here on the Sunday to go. As we go side by side along here, we try to form up in the formation. It's Stephen Miller Jr. ahead of James Foley on pole. Daniel Costa in third with Christian Bellas in fourth. Tristan Truchot in fifth, Phoenix Whitney in sixth. Brody Robbins, Andrew Narvaki, Frederick Manning, and Jack O'Keefe. Your top 10. How they'll roll. There are 20 entries in this run here, 21 entries actually, with 2 not set times in qualifying. As we go through slow roll into the tram lines, will we get going? And we are green, we are away here, and it's Stephen Miller Jr. up in the front. Great run there on the start as we see a lot of shuffles in the mid-pack and some big contact happening, sending one car off all the way to the grass on the inside.
A few cars running wide on the exit just before the up ramp on the bridge, and so we're already seeing some of these drivers go side by side. A massive gaggle of carts just making their way on through. Now they go under the bridge as they continue to try to fight along for these positions. 8 minutes plus 2 laps is going to be the go here as they are racing, and we are right now just seeing just how these drivers are going to play out. It's going to be already in move 4 position. Drivers trying with every fiber of their being, and there's a kart stuck. That is the 322. That is the 322. Oh no, that is going to be Kevin Sorisipa Niria going ahead and dropping out of this one. That car is done. I think it's a mechanical failure. Hopefully nothing too serious, and hopefully we'll see them come back on the final.
We'll certainly keep an eye on that going through. Up in the front, Stephen Miller Jr. leading Daniel Costa right now down the bridge. A little bit of battling for position as the yellow flags wave, heading under the bridge for that stricken number 322, who unfortunately will be off the track. And along here up in the front, the battles continue to shape themselves up. Miller Jr. trying to hold the lead over Costa and Foley and Velez as they work their way down into the inside of turn 12, heading around towards number 13 now. And again, you see all the shuffling. Remember, the T4, we talk about this several times over, but the thing to remember is that these karts are homologated, which means that they are running basically a spec series. You show up with essentially an identical kart to everyone around you, and you are just looking to really be the best driver. And right now, Stephen Miller Jr. doing a great job of showing that here. Battle for third, as that's a big slide off there. That was the 370 of Velez taking that big off. Actually, that was the 307 of Foley. We're side by side for the lead right now, heading through, as we've had some big runs along here, and we've had some big moments along here as the drivers continue to battle it out here. Big battles up and down the go.
Yeah, that Marshall seemed very, very hastily trying to get through. Yeah, that's a very unfortunate one. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Definitely a big moment happening through, and that is a stricken card. The red flag is out. The red flag is out. So we will be back, and we'll keep you guys updated once we know. I didn't see anything that happened, but we'll find out.
We're going to step aside. We'll be back momentarily.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscakRacing.com.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, where we are back after a red flag here. Let's get a reset on your starting lineup. It's Frederick Manning with Jack O'Keefe, Liam Chesrick, and Landon Chesrick here through as we get this reset through. Stephen Miller should be the front cart here. We're giving the carts a full cycle here to get themselves into their order so they can be ready to go. Red flag there for an incident on track. Everyone is okay, I'm happy to report. So there is Nothing really crazy to worry about there. We did have one driver have an incident. It was the 321, but they are up and okay. I am happy to report here. As we come through, we end this formation lap, and again, as we set up the grid and we get ready to go, we will have 2 minutes of racing plus 2 laps, it appears here. We'll get official confirmation on that final time as they come up to get ready to restart here on the front stretch. Slow and single file and ready to go here as they come along out of the final corner. And green flag is out. We're back to racing here, and it is 4 minutes plus 2 laps remaining here on the go. And up front, Miller Jr. and Costa. Your top 2, Christian Velez there in third. You already see some shuffling there. Velez with a big slide there that's going to open the door for Phoenix. Whitney up into third place as they go up the bridge. Down the hill they go. Now we slide to the inside. Big offs through and some big contact there on the outside. That is going to be a pushback bumper deployed if I've ever seen one before.
Yeah, that is not an ideal situation to find yourself in. But with a single file restart, things were going to get a little chaotic from the get-go anyway. And we're just going to see what the official decision on that will be, as the drivers are going to go in and just try to make their way on through. A few drivers breaking away in the early stages of this one as they make their way coming through the final corner for the first time. It'll be 3 minutes left to go plus 2 laps. So you're looking at about an additional 5 laps to go of racing here in the final pre-final of the day. And we are just going to see how these drivers are going to go ahead and cycle on through. Some good battles coming down the hill. It's going to be 2 for the price of 1. Potentially, no, he doesn't get the second, but he will get the first. And that is a good position gained there, as that is I think one of the stricken karts from earlier on that we just saw as the drivers just drive on past. And we're going to continue on coming out into the twin hairpins. And we're seeing that orange helmet really just looking likely to make any dives here. And he is just trying his hardest to try to find some positions here in the opening stages of the restart.
Less than 2 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps of action up front. Stephen Miller Jr., fastest kart on track there with Daniel Costa just behind. Then it's a 2-second gap to Andrew Narvaki. Frederick Manning in 4th. Christian Velez holds 5th. Jack O'Keefe holds 6th here as we see the battles continue up and down the order. Up the bridge to go down the bridge we go. That is the battle for 3rd of Cheserek and Manning that is Narwaki and Manning that is happening here as they work their way through the order side by side, trying to shuffle for some positions, not able to find any opportunity for Frederick Manning to get past Andrew Narvaki as they work into turn 12 and 13. You can see here how the T4s are really kind of working through. That was a bit of argy-bargy, and you see the hand go up immediately of what was that?
Yeah, just the universal sign of what was that is the hand just going up. Pretty sure most of us have done that at some point while we're driving on any highway here in the US. I do it pretty much almost every day going to work on the 95. So, I mean, very valid frustration, very risky. And, oh, that's off the track there for the 333. That is going to be Brody Robbins pulling off the track. I wonder if he had a mechanical failure because he just went straight. I think that was right towards the pit lane. So straight to the runoff there. That might be his race done and dusted.
333 out of this race now, unfortunately, from P8. Will have to try to recover from the back into the final. Coming through here in the mid-pack, we continue to watch these battles develop behind for Andrew Narvaki and Frederick Manning in 3rd and 4th, who are continuing to battle their way along here as they go down into 13, 14, into 15 here. This is where it's really going to be important to have things together. Do we get a bonus lap on this one? We do. Crossing the line with 2 seconds to go with Stephen Miller Jr. And that will give us a 3 to go signal this time as we continue to watch this 3rd place battle continue to develop here between the Team USA drivers heading along with Andrew Narvaki Frederick Manning, who are sticking nose to tail right now. The teammates really doing well to work with each other in the T4s.
Yeah, they are trying to just at least try to catch up back up to the front with Daniel Costa and Stephen Miller Jr. just trying to catch up back there as there's 3 laps to go on the clock. Or actually not even on the clock, on the lap counter. 3 laps to go here. Next time by, they'll see the popsicle sticks. They'll see the 2 to go signal as they are still battling for 3rd position here. It is going to be Andrew Naraki and Frederick Manning still battling out for the final step on the podium. And they are going to continue to basically be nose to tail. Bit of a slide there for Naraki, as it is going to be Frederick Manning looking to potentially try to capitalize as they make their way down the hill now. As we see our race leaders, the 377 of Stephen Miller Jr. just ahead of Daniel Acosta. The race leaders putting on a pretty good gap here as it sits. So we're going to just see how these drivers go ahead and try to manage their way through for the rest of this race. But the battle between Naraki and Manning still going strong for P3.
That it is up here in the front though. Miller Jr. leading Daniel Costa as they come towards the white flag. 1 lap left to go here in the action for your pre-finals for the entire weekend here. Rounds 5 and 6 of the Florida Karting Challenge here at Bushnell Motorsports Park. And it is Stephen Miller currently leading Daniel Costa. Something has happened in the background to Andrew Narwaki and Phoenix Whitney as they are dropping off the border like a rock here. So something has happened, taking out those 2 karts, unfortunately, as they are out. Up front, though, Stephen Miller Jr. under the bridge here hasn't really been challenged today from Costa. Costa sitting a second back here after the restart, wasn't able to stay to the back of that 377 to provide a challenge. And for the 377, it's been smooth sailing here, heading into the 3rd sector. It's very clean through 12 into 13, carrying the momentum of this T4 kart and the spec chassis run. We always say it's not about the kart when you get into the T4 runs. It's going to be about the driver in the seat. For Stephen Miller, that's been the hot seat today. Coming to the line is going to win the T4 Senior Master Pre-Final with Costa in 2nd. Frederick Manning will come across the line in 3rd with Christian Velez in 4th, Jack O'Keefe in 5th, Eduardo Duran in 6th, Alexander Dalban-Colon in P7, Landon Cheserick in 8th, Jake Hopper in 9th, Alexander Dalbon rounding out your top 10. We will be back with Bambinos at 1:20 for their 5-minute plus 2-lap final to go on here shortly. It will be in about 25 minutes. We are back here. We're going to take a quick break in Kart Chaser. When we come back, it's finals time here from Bushnell Motorsports Park in Florida.
Attention everybody in the paddock. Please rise if you are able to and remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, and well, I was gonna say we're gonna go ahead and get started here, and some carts and the Bambinos are already together. There's actually multiple Bambinos all together already, as we are getting started with our first pre-final, or excuse me, the first final race of the afternoon here at Bushnell Motorsports Park, and drama's already unfolded at the very beginning. This is a combined class of the IME Bambinos and the T4 Bambinos as we get ready to go here. It is myself, Patrick, alongside Brad, bringing you all the action here with Kart Chasers here at this fantastic Bushnell Motorsports Park, and drama has already kicked off. All the events, all the races will be shortened by 2 minutes due to inclement weather coming inbound. So, Brad, as we are underway with this one, it has been a very chaotic start to the Bambinos.
That it has. Bambino's always producing some amazing action up in the front and amazing action along, and it continues to be the case here again with the ever-changing conditions. Remember all the way back to the Bambino Pre-Final this morning at 10 a.m. where they were racing in rain, and in qualifying this morning where they were racing in even more rain, and now it's dry, and they're going side by side for some big action up and down the go here as they continue to battle their way along and get their ways forward, up the hill, down the hill, and around. Up in the front, it's Thiago Velosa and Adam Martins who are leading in the front here for the Bambinos as they go through. This is, as you said, it's Miami and the T-Force combined, but they run so similar in pace. You tend to see them mix up because a lot of this isn't necessarily down to the kart. It is down to these young drivers and their skill. Ages 5 to 7 here in the karts, really getting the race going here.
Yeah, and there was some very, very heavy drama at the get-go of the race. So a few karts spun around, a few karts just taking a little bit of a hit, but everybody is still in the race that started it. And we're gonna see here, Thiago Velosa is the driver who has had a pretty good strong start here this weekend, and he won the pre-final in the kid kart. And now Pablo Cervantes, the driver who has been extremely strong all weekend long. He took a clean sweep yesterday, got pole position earlier on in the pre-final, or for the pre-final, but just unfortunately had a bit of a moment very early on in that pre-final. And now he's made his way back up. He is currently kart 88 in P1 with a 108.954. A minute and a half left to go with 2 laps here on the clock.
Plenty of time left for things to shuffle up and down the order here for the Bambinos as they work their way along here. Martin's looking to get some moves forward here. Adam Martin's starting, of course, up in 4th place, currently sitting in 5th in the kid kart, working through along the inside. Up in front, Cervantes holding a lead over Velosa for now, with Knox Shelton and Luca Colangelo in 3rd and 4th here as we take a look further back through the field where the battles are continuing to heat up here. Knox Shelton and Luca Colangelo in 3rd and 4th coming across the line now as we are less than a minute to go. You can call it 3 laps to go at this point for our young drivers. Is the Mohawk. I'm such a big fan of the Mohawk here, I have to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably one of my favorite trends that we have seen here with some of these grassroots karting events. I think IKC, if I remember the driver's name correctly, Diesel Maxwell, who races at IKC and occasionally MCC, also runs the Mohawk, and I even nicknamed him the Mohawk Warrior in a previous event. And I believe we have the Florida Mohawk Warrior, and honestly, it's perfect. Like, I mean, honestly, I almost think it should be mandatory at this point for every driver to run a Mohawk. I know it's never going to happen, but it would be fun.
It would be great if that could happen, but unfortunately, I would just get confused as to who's who at that point. So I think drivers really should invest in Mohawk running, but I kind of understand why they don't. Something about aerodynamics and keeping things together and everything with that. Watching the radar, by the way, more storms are starting to develop to the west of the circuit. So down to the south and to the west of the circuit, some pop-up showers starting to develop. It looks like we may miss out on the rain slightly. It may miss us to the side, but looking at it right now, there are some heavy showers forming down around Dade City and Brooksville that look to possibly be impacting in the next hour and could affect things when we get into around KA Jr or Shifter. Man, talk about a time for storms to hit KA Jr and Shifter. The classes that you wouldn't think need rain, but they're going to have the option through. Is up front. What a good run from Pablo Cervantes yet again here. 8.8 seconds in the lead last time across the line. We'll cross the lead with over a 10-second gap here going through. Coming around to the white flag. 1 lap to go.
Yeah, I mean, Pablo Cervantes has just been very strong all weekend long. Almost having the clean sweep. The only race he could not take was the pre-final earlier on. That was won by Thiago Velosa. But, I mean, Pablo Cervantes, just lightning quick pace. He's been lightning quick all weekend long. And, I mean, that 13-second gap now to Velosa pretty much just tells you everything you need to know. He is going to go ahead and just trying to make his way and actually get through some lap traffic at this stage, which isn't which isn't common here in this Bambino category, especially because the IMEs and the T4s are actually pretty similar in pace, with the T4s being the spec series compared to the IMEs, but making his way through the last couple of corners now, he is almost chasing down another lapped kart, and he makes his way to the line, and Pablo Cervantes will win here. It's his 5th event win here this weekend. Almost a clean sweep, just ahead of Shelly Miller and Colt Shelton. A lot of traffic that will go ahead and get on through. Tiago Velosa, very good drive from him as well. He won at the pre-final earlier. He'll take P2 this time around ahead of Max Shelton, Adam Martins, and then it is going to be Luca Colangelo, and then Leonel Tominski, Ray Garcia, Julian Chavez, and Elin Gomez, with Shelly Miller rounding out the top 10. Next up, it is the Micro Swift final, coming at you here shortly from Bushnell Motorsport Park here on Kart Chasers.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, where Micro Swifts are out on track here. Again, a very different condition for them than it was earlier when they were out on track. Myself, Brad, joined by Patrick here to bring you today's coverage of the finals of Florida Karting Challenge here. As the Micro Swifts get rolling here, we look at the starting grid. It's Joaquin Doe up in the front, Bernardo Nascimento in second, Grayson Waite, Adam Kojakar in fourth, Hayden DeMarney in fifth, with Dylan Rocha in sixth, Alistair Camillo in seventh, Elliott Way, Marco Mijabek, and Lucas Clavio, your top 10 as they come out of the final corner here and get themselves sorted out into the double file runs. Out of 13, heading towards 14 and 15 into double file runs. You see the hand go up there from Grayson Waite in the yellow helmet, who is going to be looking to make a charge early We know that rain is on the way. It should not affect this session. 8 minutes plus 2 laps of action coming up for these Micro Swifts as they come through the final corner side by side towards the tram lines.
And it's a green flag, and away we go. And here it is. Oh, big contact, big drama. The number 9, the number 77, and the number 21 all getting involved in that. Without his Elliot Waite getting involved in that. And then that is Adam Kozakar also getting involved in that. And then Lucas Gavillo, who I think was involved in an incident earlier in the Micro Swifts. So just been a rough day in the office for those karts, and hopefully everybody's okay. It seems like they are. And it is drama here in the Micro Swifts yet again.
And Micro Swifts, absolute chaos starting out early, but up front, Nascimento and Joaquin Dow still trying to hold their goes up in the front there. Big moment there for Kozakar getting involved through with the 9 of Elliot Waite. It goes to show just how quickly things can change in Micro Swift and how important that race start truly is. If you don't have that race start really dialed in, it can shake your race up entirely. Up front, it is Joaquin Dow with Grayson Waite in second, Bernardo Nascimento in third, and Caden DeMarney in fourth, a little bit further back there with Alistair Camilo in fifth in the orange helmet just behind. Looks over the shoulders, big defense for the top 3 here as we go through. As Grayson Waite is going to be pushed to the outside. Nascimento into second with the parallel of Joaquin Dow up in the front.
Yeah, Joaquin Dow is going to continue on here and going to try to maybe go for something here, try to fight it as they make their way on through. Good battles happening here between our top 3. These 3 have been strong all weekend long here, Brad, and they will continue to scrap it out as you do have Grayson Waite in P3 at the moment, trying to chase after a fellow green helmet of, that is going to be Bernardo Nascimento, as they're going to go ahead and try to duke it out. And they're coming through the opening S's, and they are absolutely giving it everything. Nascimento is still holding on to that P2, but if you can get a good run up the bridge, downhill, you can get an overtaking opportunity. And these cars rely so much on the momentum game that momentum could really just make or break your run down that hill if you want to try to get the overtake.
Yeah, it makes a big, big difference here on the run of momentum. Up front, the momentum still holding for the parallel car of Joaquin Dow, holding in the front here. Grayson Waite trying to look to the inside. And as these top 3 battle, look at who they're inviting in. They're inviting in Caden DeMarney and Alistair Camilo in 4th and 5th. And don't lose out either on Marco Mijavec in 6th place. I would expect things to continue to close in. That puddle right there at the entry to 15 is all but gone there. You see the dark spot on the track, but there is nothing else to worry about there in terms of standing water. So that turn 15 pass is starting to look inviting again here in the afternoon. Starting to look like it might be an option later into the race. Down the inside, here we go. Nascimento making the move to the inside on Joaquin Dow, and now Bernardo Nascimento now up into the lead here. Grayson Waite not able to follow through for second, but Grayson Waite sitting back here in 3rd place. Holding on just behind is the top 3. Continue to scrap it out with 6.5 minutes left to go.
6.5 minutes left to go in this one, including the 2 laps here. And we're going to see if it's going to be Joaquin Dow trying to go ahead and get a move, trying to maybe get the retake. They are all nose to tail coming through the penultimate corner. Now they make their way through the final turn, and this is going to be a drag race here down towards the line. And they're going to continue to snake their way through the S's. But look at this, a move from the inside from the number 19, but it's going to be switched back. And there's going to be Bernardo Nascimento still going ahead and holding on. That was a good attempt there for Joaquin Dow, but still just not enough to make the move stick. We always say it's one thing to catch and another thing to pass. It's a third thing entirely to make the move stick. If you go in too deep sometimes, then you might just get the pass reverted, and that is exactly what we have seen happen here as this battle still goes on. Now you have 2 more cards that have been added to the mix. Caden Darmani and Alistair Camilo have now also joined this fight. This is going to be a real battle here with 3 minutes to go before the final 2.
And as that 3 minutes continues to dial in, now we turn the 3-kart battle into a 5-kart battle. This is where things start to get a little chaotic, I have to say, up in the front of Micro Swift. This is, again, a reminder, the final event for Micro Swift on the weekend, so everything is to play for right now. Anything can happen, and it is all for the final points of the weekend here. Our next round after this weekend will not be for a good minute here, I have to say. Taking a look here, we don't go to Jacksonville until October 2nd, so we have tons of time before the next round of the Florida Karting Challenge. I think I said Florida Karta. Anyways, with that being said, plenty of time left before the next round here as the drivers continue to compete along. 2 minutes left to go. Your top 5 still holding through, but Nascimento and Dow have pulled a bit of a gap back to Grayson Waite, and so those top 2 trying to run away here so they can start battling.
Yeah, as they're going to go, here goes the move. He's going to go up the inside, and that's going to just translate right down the hill, and that is going to be the pass for Woking Dow as he goes there, but it's going to be retaken again. The pass and repass happening here between our top 2. And now they're all nose to tail, and that is going to be the number 33, I think, going a bit wide. Just drama happening here. I think that was actually a lapped kart that has just been sent wide there. So traffic playing a factor in the Micro Swift final here on this very mixed weather Sunday afternoon. And Nascimento still leads now, but Grayson Waite has made his way up into 2nd position. And now be retraded back to Woking Dow, now back up into 2nd himself. It is going to be a massive fight here as we continue to battle it out. And this is going to be a good run here. Down the hill they go. It is going to be about 3 laps to go here. Maybe 4, but very likely going to be 3 laps to go. So if you want to make the move, I mean, it's going to be go big or go home here pretty soon.
Absolutely, and I think the answer is going to be the go big for several of our drivers right now. Nascimento up in the front holding on here, but Joaquin Dow a better exit through 12. Now closing into trying to keep the challenge going. Grayson Waite now back up to the tail end here in 3rd as the Parallel Karts will look to do battle here towards the end. Coming across the line with about 10 seconds left to go, so we get that bonus lap here. 3 laps to go for our drivers. Coming out of turn 4, you can see just how we're going to do the accordion effect here up in the front as things shuffle, and behind Demarney is closing in as well as Camilo. They're not as close as they were, but they're not that far off here as we are on a 3 lap to go timer now as we go under the bridge, and the top 3 holding here very close. Again, such different conditions to what they ran in this morning for the pre-finals. This morning in the pre-finals, it was hard-fought rain. It was a big old downpour, and now here today, this is, you know, not perfect weather, but it's the best karting weather we've had all weekend, I'd say, as we go out of 13 and coming to the 2 to go signal with Nascimento there with the helmet tucked in, looking to try to secure this win.
He's a driver that's been strong all weekend. I mean, just taking a look at his results here in this category this weekend. He took pole position on the Saturday, and he took the pre-final on the Saturday. Couldn't quite get it done for the final, but he might be able to squeeze it out here today. But, I mean, it's going to be a fight here as that's another change for position. Grayson Waite up into 2nd now. And this is another driver that has just been on the precipice of getting a beautiful win at some point here this weekend, but just hasn't been able to quite put it into that P1 slot all weekend long here in the Micro Swift. Now it's going to be a pretty decent chance, but as these 2 keep battling, Fernando Nascimento is going to go ahead and continue to pull away here and build in that gap. Grayson Waite now up into P2 as the white flag is going to be out, and it's going to be the final lap here in the Micro Swifts. Final lap of the weekend for this fantastic category.
Final lap here, and it's a battle of the Paralympians here. Look at this, Grayson Waiton walking down. You see swapping positions now down the bridge. They go into turn number 5, and holding the inside there, Grayson Waiton with the walking down to the outside. DeMarney now also in the mix through. This is allowing a bit of breathing room to Nascimento up in the front, who's looking to try to pull a bit more of a gap in order to run away here as they come through into the final corners now. Nascimento, nobody behind to worry about here. The challenge has been answered, and for Bernardo, Nascimento started second, fell down a little bit early, but was able to get back up to the front and pull a gap here. Is coming around the final corner, will come across the line, and for Bernardo Nascimento, it is the win here in Micro Swift Finals. Second place through will be Grayson Waiton, with walking down into third, Caden DeMarney in fourth. Alistair Camillo will cross the line, not yet. Lucas Pavio in fifth, Marco Mijovic in sixth, Dylan Rocha in P7, Alec Thomas in eighth, and unfortunately Alistair Camillo involved in an incident in the final lap here, falling down the order. L. Jackson in ninth, and Peter Gazowski in P10.
It's been a very good run here, but next up, we have the Mini Swifts ready to take to the track. They'll be our next category, and we'll be back here in a couple of minutes for some Mini Swift final action coming at you shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrier.com. At ShopPayCarrier.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrier.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
Tavares wasn't with the group. So they're going to go ahead and just bunch them all up, package them all together like a nice Christmas package. Which, fun fact, in Central Florida, there is actually a town called Christmas. It's actually not too far out from Orlando. I've been there. Pretty nice place.
There's also Holiday, Indiana, as we have one kart pulling all the way off here on the side, and I'm not sure what that's about here, as that's unfortunate to see. That is going to be the 168. That's Braden Schoenborn, who is now out of this session. It looks like a failure of the kart. So we have one Mini Swift who unfortunately is not going to be going along here. So that is less than ideal. As the karts come through, they wave them around one more again here to give them a moment to go around and get things sorted here. As unfortunately, it looks like the Mini Swifts are having a bit of a time getting things started here. They're ready to race. They want to race. But unfortunately, having to take a wave around one more time, they'll take the shortcut the same way the shifters do. Miss out on the bridge here as they'll get back into line to get ready to go. And we'll try this. Third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm indeed, as we go ahead and just get ready. They are bunched up. I'm sure they're probably just like itching to just press on the loud pedal and let those Miami Mini Swifts sing. And they're going to come around the second of the twin hairpins as we get ready for just under 7 minutes plus 2 laps of racing here of the Mini Swift final. And here we go. Charlie Skrapowski has been very strong, very much in control of the weekend in this category. Can he go ahead and fifth session win in a row? And here we go. Can he keep the streak alive as we're about to go green? Then make their way to the line. And it's green flag, and away we go here in the Miami Mini Switch final here at the Florida Karting Challenge. And it's going to be a real challenge to see how these drivers go ahead and get through the positions, and some bumps and goes as they continue on. But it is a clean getaway for the remaining Mini Swifts here on track. And a few karts going wide, but everybody does stay within the white lines. They stay off the grass. And we are racing here with just under 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
The Paralyn karts up front, 1 and 2 right now, with Skrapowski leading Ramos ahead here after a great getaway. Third place coming through still going to be Bateau, trying to carry momentum here early on as the top 5 will look through. That's a bit wide of a run there from Enzo Ramos, who was trying to carry momentum and now heading down into the final corner to head down the front stretch. We'll reset here after what was an exciting lap 1. Charlie Skrapowski will lead Enzo Ramos, Rafael Bateau, Franco Schiavo, Leonardo Tavares, your top 5 here. Cohen Shoecraft up a place into the 7. Watching this top 5 battle here, expect the accordion effect to really come into play in the next 4 minutes plus 2 laps. And that accordion effect is where things will compress, they'll expand, and then they'll compress, and they'll expand, and then they compress back in. And as they do that, you get crazier and crazier moments with every compression here. It's just like playing an accordion. Something I've never done, but I feel like I've seen it on cartoons enough times that I can say that it's like playing an accordion. Anyways, top 2 here, Skrapowski, Ramos. The 2 Paralyns are going to try to work together and build a bit of momentum. Bateau, Schiavo, and Tavares here, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Sticking very close to each other here. They're losing a little bit of touch with the top 2, but they still are not out of the realm of catching back up here as we cross the line. 3.5 minutes to go.
I think Brad has actually been playing the accordion like every time during our breaks, and he's just not admitting it. We'll figure that answer a bit later, but the accordion effect is in play here, as we see. But the top 2, the 2 teammates just running away with this one. And right now, Enzo Ramos does have the fastest lap of the session as the 2 teammates make their way on through. It's going to be Skrapowski ahead of Ramos, and they are going to continue. Only 3/10 separated them the last time they came across the line. Coming on through the twin hairpins now and it's going to be a fast and furious run. Now coming through the second and two hairpins, but a bit of a wide run for Enzo Ramos. He will come back ever so slightly. And we do see Rafaela Bateau still just running away now from the battle for fourth. Schiavo and Tavares are going to be your two drivers battling it out for position. Tavares does get ahead of Schiavo, and that is the battle for P4, taking another turn here as the 107 leads from the 146.
Bit of an update here on the go. So the race has been declared dry here for the race director. Race director Blake Hunt has said that the race is dry.
Oh, that's a big spin!
Everyone, oh, big contact! Big moment there while we're looking through. That's Tavares off the track facing backwards, and that was contact with Franco Schiavo, causing that mix-up there going through. And up front, the battle for the lead has now erupted. I'll hold all thoughts about the potential of anything that could happen, because what's happening right now is that the two Paralins are up here first and second. Skrapowski and Ramos looking to battle through after big contact, fourth and fifth. And now the leaders are going to start to fight because Enzo Ramos is faster than Charlie Skrapowski lap after lap.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Ramos does have the fastest lap. He is only just shy of 2/10 back from the driver who's just been very strong here this weekend. Yellow flags are flying. That is very much likely due to the stricken cart there of Leo Tavares, and he's had a bit of a tricky start here on the Sunday. Just not exactly his day. He had a really good day yesterday, just not so much on today's front. Still some good balance here between our two race leaders. It'll be really close to having an additional 3 laps to go here. They might just beat the clock. We might get the bonus lap, and it looks like we will get the bonus lap. It'll be 3 to go once they cross the line. Skrapowski looking to take a 5th session win in a row. He took the pre-final and the final yesterday, and took qualifying in the pre-final today. Looking to add 1 more to that tally on a very impressive weekend for the 133.
Battle up in the front will continue to heat up a bit here as the timer has ended. It'll be this lap plus 2 more to go. Back to the thought I was trying to say there before things got a little bit crazy. The race was declared dry, which does mean if it begins to rain, they will declare driver's option and give time to make the switch. If it starts raining during a race, the race director reserves the right to declare the race complete, or to red flag, allow the switch of tires, and then resume the race. Now, I bring all of that up right now because watching the radar, we have a very heavy set of storms just off to the south. And with that heavy set of storms that's just off a few miles to our south, that is, of course, bringing in some mix-up of weather to come along as well. And as you can see here, as we go through, the wind has picked up quite a bit with that storm through, and that has allowed things to sort of shake up a bit. And just watching the radar as we go, that big heavy rain to the south, it might clip us, it might miss us. It's very hard to tell right now, and it's kind of just going to be a play-it-by-ear run here to the end as we're about a lap and a half to finishing this race.
A lap and a half left to go, and with Florida weather, you can never really be too certain of what's going to happen next. Like Brad said, it could be just a complete miss, or we're going to absolutely see the floodgates open up. So we're going to see which one is which, and it'll be a very interesting time for the teams to decide which tire compound they want to run. But what we do know for a fact, without any uncertainty, it is the final lap of the Miami Mini Swift final here at the Florida Karting Challenger on a Sunday at this amazing, fantastic doubleheader. The last Mini Swift race of the weekend coming on through now as they make their way through this very fantastic Bushnell Motorsports Park complex for one last time. Coming on through now, just coming through the twin hairpins as they make their way along. And Charlie Skrapowski, he has turned up the pace a little bit. Enzo Ramos runs a bit wide there on the exit as they make their way through the final 2 corners of the racetrack. It is going to be Charlie Skapowski getting a 5th session win in a row. And then Charlie Skapowski wins the Miami Mini Swift Final ahead of Enzo Ramos, the 2 teammates, 1 and 2. And Rafael Bateau rounding out your top 3, followed by Frankie Schiavo. And then it is going to be Trace Jackson next across the line, just ahead of Cohen Shoecraft. And Matthias Guzman will round out P7. And then it'll be Aiden Padilla into P8. And then Leonardo Tavares, unfortunately, will not be able to finish this race. And that is your results of your top 9. And next up, it'll be the KA100 Juniors. That'll be our next race when we come back here on Kart Chasers.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here where KA100 Jr are now rolling onto track, and this is where our second largest class of the day starts to get a little bit crazy. Samuel Martinez will be leading Lucas Berthano with Santiago Orioli, Colton Brutt in fourth. It'll be Leighton Bogley and Axel Garcia, Achilles Saberco in seventh, Jaden Lewis in eighth, Sebastian Diaz-Stoll in ninth, Eva Malakova in 10th, Thomas Fernandez 11th, Sebastian Milidov, Alexander Savage, who did not start, Maxwell Macha did not start the final, Kai Hart, Barry Mox, and Flynn Fallon. That's the way the grid was set up through. Out of the pre-final, we had plus 10 positions given to Sebastian Milidov for swerving. And then we had a pushback bumper for Sebastian Milidov as well for the penalties. So, drivers get side by side here heading to the grid to get ready to go green for what will be their 10 minutes plus 2 laps of action here. KA100 Jr coming around the final corner, being told to slow it down. Let's see if they get the green this time by as they form up nose to tail. And green flag is out. We're racing here into turn one. It will be Samuel Martinez with a great start. Lucas Berthano loses out big time, losing multiple places there to the inside in the beginning, and everyone up in the back having to shuffle along. Up front, though, it was Martinez and Santiago Orioli with beautiful race starts.
I think Achilles Saperco is also involved in that one. We'll get confirmation here soon, but just a bit of drama here in the opening stages of the KA Junior Final, and just unfortunate scenes at the very beginning of this one as they make their way across the line. And we're going to just see how these times update the gaps all between them as they make their way up and down the hill. And they're going to continue to press on here, but just a little bit of drama here in the beginning of this KA Junior Final. But so far, we are still racing.
Big drama here going through for the drivers. Again, the big mix-ups here in Junior as Lucas Berthano, the Sodi kart, has lost several places now running down in fourth. Up front, Martinez continues to try to hold on to the front of the field here with a mix-up of Santiago Orioli in the mix as well. You have the Tony kart of Leighton Bogley, who is up there in third place now as they come around the final corner, cross the line here, and they will keep things carrying on in a challenge run down the inside into four. That's a pass we haven't seen every time it's been wet. Now it dries out. That was a big pass for position there. Lead changes, but that opens everything else up behind. And looky there, back in the back, coming through, Lucas Berthano making a move up for third now, getting ahead of Leighton Bogley there in the Tony kart as your lead has now swapped as well as Martinez drops down into second. Orioli up in the lead.
Berthano in the Sodi kart has really been making some really good progress here as he continues to just press along. Here goes a dive up the inside, and that's going to be a very nice move there to get the job done. And it's been a tricky day in the office for some of these drivers as they make their way on through good battles happening all throughout the field as we continue to race on. And is it going to be a repass there for Leighton Vogley, trying to go ahead and maybe trying to catch up back to, maybe try to jump back into the podium spots here as they make their way on through. That Sodi Kart in P3 trying to close it back up, trying to close in the gaps as everything is continuing to press on. Weather is expected to hit the track sooner rather than later. So luckily I think it will miss this junior final, but for Shifter, Senior, and Masters, which is our next final of the afternoon, that rain could really spark things up.
That it certainly could as we come across the line here, and it is Santiago Orioli leading Lucas Berthana, or leading Samuel Martinez to lead Lucas Berthana here, coming through your top three, continuing to shuffle positions up and down in the mix here, and it's one of those where we're watching the top five battle out, but as they start to battle, you're seeing them invite more people in. You're seeing them invite sixth place to come into the mix as well, seventh place to come into the mix as well. One of the things they have to be careful with is they can battle as hard as they need to or want to try to get positioned, but at some point they got to think bigger picture here in the race. They got to think further ahead than just the next corner. You have to think all the way through for everyone, because that is what makes the difference for these drivers here as we continue along. The wind really whipping up here in Bushnell, Florida, and that is what is going to start to shake things up there for some of these drivers. It's going to very much kind of end up in a scary moment, because if you're expecting rain to come and you're expecting it to be there at any time, right, and it's not, you get a little nervous in the seat thinking, okay, where is this rain? It feels like it should rain, so where is it?
Yeah, that's something that might just be in the back of your mind if you're expecting the rain. It's like, well, if you're these guys, you're kind of praying like, please don't let this rain fall during my race. I'm on dry tires. Slicks plus wets don't usually, or slicks plus wet surfaces usually doesn't mean anything great's gonna happen. So these drivers are going to want it to stay dry, at least for the remainder of their race. And then what happens for any other class, that's out of their hands. They're going to continue to press on here as we have 4.5 minutes left to go, plus an additional 2 laps. And it is going to be a fantastic run coming through as Colton Bruck has the fastest lap time of the moment. He had a bit of a trickier time in the pre-final, but now he's making up some really good ground here in the final here today. And then Sebastian, or excuse me, actually there's 2 Sebastians. Sebastian Diastol currently dropped down into last place, about 36 seconds back off of the race leader of Santiago Orioli, as they continue to just press on here. Some good battles here, but right now it's mostly just kind of wait it out and give it a go right at the end.
3.5 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. Santiago Orioli leads Samuel Martinez, who leads Lucas Berthana, who leads Colton Bruck, who leads Leighton Vogley. Your fastest kart, by the way, is Colton Bruck in 4th place, but unfortunately, being the fastest doesn't necessarily guarantee you the lead or the win here at all for the drivers, as they have to be a little bit smart here on the go. Again, you got to think all the way to the end of the race. 3 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. You got to start thinking about those final 2 laps as well, of how you're going to defend, because those final 2 laps, that extra 106 seconds of race can really make or break your finishing position here for the go. As we cross the line, fastest karts this time across the line is going to be still sitting back for Colton Bruck, still the fastest kart across the line here, closing in the time to Lucas Berthana in the Sodi kart, who is looking to try to carry momentum. They're starting to leave Leighton Vogley in the Tony kart back behind a bit more, which is not going to be music to 5th place's ears. But for Leighton Vogley, nobody behind at all. A 3.5-second gap there. Back, that gives some breathing room.
That does give some breathing room indeed, and that's the kind of breathing room you want. It can help you kind of just not be too stressed about the carts behind you, because I mean the next car immediately behind you does have a pretty decent gap. So, but I mean, Santiago Orioli is going to be under some pressure here from Samuel Martinez and Lucas Bertana. Bertana in that Sodi car trying to close it back in to Samuel Martinez. And Martinez trying to catch up to Santiago Orioli as Orioli makes his way down the bridge and coming on through. He is going to do whatever he can to try to make any ground here and just try to break the gap to Martinez. Orioli now just pushing on through, come into the twin hairpins, and I mean, he's got to be too careful not to overdrive the kart. The track conditions are still dry, the rain hasn't arrived yet, so there's no real danger of slipping. But if you overdrive the kart, you can put too much pressure on yourself and make that crucial mistake. And with basically 3 laps to go, I mean, that is the last thing you want, is to make a mistake at the closing stages of the weekend.
Making the mistake at the end is the most heartbreaking thing you can do, and it's something we've seen drivers do before, where they make that mistake late in the race and it absolutely decimates everything that they went to build on and push their way through. Hopefully that's not what we see here today as our drivers work their way through the middle part of the lap, going underneath the bridge again here as they come out into the middle part end of the lap. Looking back here, that is the 809 and 843. That's Fernandez and Eva Malikova who are battling up in the front. Here we go. This is the battle up in the front for P3. This is the last podium place. Colton Bruck has managed to close in right on the back of the Velocity Racing Sodi driver of Lucas Bertana, coming across the line for the 2. Oh, and that's contact. That's a bit of a bump. Spin through there. Well, the 810 went to go to the inside. The 881 tried to cover it off. Bertana thought it was clear. Bruck thought there was room. And a bit of 2 into 1 doesn't go, causes chaos for P3.
That could have been a disaster for Bertana there. Bertana's just had such a good weekend, and it would have been just absolutely tragic for him to fall apart with 3 to go. And that is just, I mean, it was good on Colton Bruck for kind of backing out, not forcing the spin, and there he goes. He gets to move nice and clean, but doesn't he run too wide? Is Bertana going to retake the spot? Answer's going to be yes. Bertana does retake that E3 position. It was a good move for Colton Bruck, just didn't quite make it stick that time around. And here's the battle for the lead. Santiago Orioli and Samuel Martinez battling it out for position, trying to get a win here. Samuel Martinez has dominated the day, and he has taken pole position. He won the pre-final. He would love to get the sweep here on the Sunday and get that final race win as well. But Santiago Orioli is going to do everything in his power to make sure that that does not happen here. It is 2 laps to go. Next time by will be the white flag. You see the head nod, trying to find any sort of momentum in these momentum-based machines. And Orioli is going to just try everything he can to keep that lead for this final lap.
Orioli with Orioli Kart Performance up in the front. Samuel Martinez in second place here, trying to fight through with SLA Kart Racing. Here they go through into the middle part of the lap, up the only one of them can get a win right now. Orioli holding into the lead over Martinez, looks over the shoulder and then looks right back ahead. Santiago Orioli coming into the final corner with Oriole Kart Performance is going to see the double checkers and will win the KA100 Junior Final here on this Sunday. Samuel Martinez in second, and in the end, Colton Bruck does nab that last podium place from Lucas Berthana. Jaden Lewis in fifth, Leighton Vogley into sixth, Thomas Fernandez seventh, Eva Malikova will be in eighth, Achilles Superco in ninth, and Sebastian Milanov will round out 10th. The wind is picked up very heavily here in Florida, but we're going to take a step aside. When we come back, it's time to shift some gears with shifter karts.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Halfway through this Sunday of finals, as the shifter and shifter masters are out on track. Myself, Brad, joined by Patrick here for your Sunday kart chaser coverage here of FLKC round number 6 here at Bushnell Motorsports Park. And looking at this run, well, shifters had a fun pre-final, you have to say here, Patrick. And looking at their starting lineup, it is Scott Presti, Christopher Gueram up in the front, and that 426 of Christopher came within half a second of getting the win in the pre-final, and just, if there had been half a lap more, would have picked up the win.
Yeah, and it was a good recovery drive there for Christopher Gueram as well. I mean, he had a bit of a rough start, but he was able to fight his way back through the field and get within half a second of the race win. So he's going to be a driver you really want to keep an eye on. And then number 426 in second position. And now we're going to see as another driver who has been really strong here this weekend is going to be Morin Van Tak. Morin Van Tak currently having a flawless Sunday. We'll see if he can make it 3 for 3 in the shifter masters category. As they're probably going to get sent around again. A few cards off the back, so I think they are probably just going to go ahead and send them around again. I lied. I was just making sure you guys are paying attention. It is a grid start for this group as per usual.
And as they get set up into the grid boxes here and locked in, they get ready to roll. And we wait for the green. We're racing here in shifters, and it's a great getaway up at the front of the field as they shuffle things along. And well, shifters doing shifter things, shifting gears up and down into corners as we come out of turn 4. And again, they don't take the bridge, they just send it around the outer loop here to head all the way back here into turn 12. And on the go there, Presti and Christopher Gueram able to get a strong start along as they continue to get things going. Again, they're only going to run about 35 to 40-second laps. We saw the heaviest rain of qualifying hit during this class. It shuffled everything along, and now we continue to watch through as it is Dominic Karai in the Sodi there in third place, trying to chase down Christopher Guerrero, who is trying to chase down Scott Presty. Christopher was the fastest this morning here, Patrick. And again, if we had had half a lap more, I think Christopher would have gotten past Scott. But right now on the start is struggling to hold on to the position. Big hit there to the inside as the Velocity Racing Sodi driver of Dominic Karai tries to force the move around to get through. And that's going to actually let James Andrus through as well.
Insane battling here happening in the shifter cars as the positions get shifted all over the place. Christopher Guerrero is dropping down now in the fourth, and a few more drivers are dropping back. More Van Tok, who's had a really strong weekend, has also dropped through the field. He is now down into 10th, losing 5 positions on that last lap, and everything is just kicking off here in the shifters. And I mean, even though they aren't going up and down the bridge, some drivers are still having a pretty up and down race here today on the Sunday afternoon. But one driver who is definitely on a good charge here is going to be Scott Presty, who has looked well and truly in charge here this Sunday. Dominic Karai dominated on Saturday, and Presty looks to change that precedent.
Scott Presty up in the front right now. Dominic Karai, your fastest kart out on track last time through. They're back down into the 35s here in shifters, so they are carrying their momentum right now and really finding that time back through, as all of that time has closed down for the drivers who were, again, this morning having to basically tiptoe around this circuit, and now they're able to really let these shifter karts sing and lose the run here and go a bit faster here. Scott Preston holds the gap by 1.5 seconds up in the front over Dominic Karai. You see here, looking at that Velocity Racing Sodi driver of Dominic Karai holding second. James Andrus back in third in the RS kart right there, trying to close in gaps as well. But it's going to be that gap that from first to second to watch. That 426, again, just not the momentum today that there was this morning. And we're running on a dry track now compared to when we raced in the rain this morning. The dry track does make such a big difference.
It does 100%. And I mean, a lot of drivers just feel more confident. We remember that during qualifying, these shifters were really struggling. They were almost about 2 or 3 seconds back from where they are now in terms of the one lap pace in the rain. So they are just trying to take advantage of the fact that it is dry, because this is probably the class that wanted the rain the least out of any of the groups racing here. Dominic Karai, fastest lap of the race so far, 35.214. It's currently the top lap, but the fastest lap is nice and all, but the big points are trying to get into the lead. Dominic Karai now right on the back of Scott Presty. And let's see if Dominic can go ahead and get past here. Not yet. He'll have a good run coming down the penultimate straight into the penultimate corner. Now they go ahead and begin a new lap here with just under 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go. This one is going to be a doozy here. About 6 minutes of racing left to go here in what is going to be the last race of the first half of the finals here, as it is going to be Karai still looking for a gap. He's got the inside, he's got the speed. Presty pinches him a little bit, but then Karai's going to have the inside line. Oh, not quite. Presty closes the door. Inside line again for Dominic Karai. Dominic Karai does get the move done, but he's going to have to immediately go defensive, immediately shake for the inside, and that will be a position gain for the 496. Dominic Karai in the lead with fastest lap to boot.
And look who's now closed in as well. James Andrus has now closed this in the battle for the top 3 here. So I don't think for Dominic Karai it's all done and dusted yet, as James Andrus will be right there in the mix and looking to keep that run going here as we come out of turn 13, 14, out of 15. You see how that gap has already opened up between Karai and Presty, opened up by 0.6 of a second, but That's not guaranteed to stay that way here as second and third place. If that swaps, I think James Andres can try to close in some gaps on Dominic Karai here later into the race. But you got to make that pass happen first, and that's the hardest part here. 4 minutes left to go plus 2 laps. There's still plenty of time for these drivers to shuffle up positions and for these battles to develop here around this Bushnell Motorsports Park.
It's going to be about 8 laps or so, roughly. A little less than that, probably about 7 laps, give or take, because it is about a 35-second lap around here. That's going to be a massive send up the inside, and that is going to be a fantastic overtake using a good amount of the curve, ramping over the curve, but still able to gain the place. That is a very strong pass indeed. You love to see it. You love to see these drivers go ahead and give everything they got. And okay, that's lapped traffic moving out of the way and allowing the faster karts to go through. That was Chris Kaiser allowing those drivers to move on through. Good show of sportsmanship there from the 38. As we have seen with recent events in motorsports, sometimes just traffic not getting out of the way can really mess up a race leader's race.
Absolutely. James Andres ahead of Scott Presty now, by the way, up in the second place here, looking to chase down Dominic Karai in the lead. Dominic Karai last time across the line, a 35.4 versus a 36.2 for James Andres. Further back here, this is going to be another battle that's starting to develop its way through. As we're getting near the end of this race, the battles are, again, that accordion effect. I talked about it earlier today. I'll talk about it again, that accordion effect that will continue to open and then close up different battles throughout this race, because it's not going to stay just a consistent gap the whole time. Of course, some drivers are going to come alive late in the race. Some drivers are going to come alive early in the race. Right now, it does seem like that late race pace is starting to swing itself back in here, up near the front, as Dominic Karai is trying to hold on to that lead here. Andres and Preston want to close in, but Dominic Karai has so much pace up in the front right now that it's very hard for them to close. And what about that 426? Was so dominant this morning, and then unfortunately now in Shifter Senior, that 426 of Christopher Green, unfortunately, just hasn't shown the same promise that was shown this morning, and is continuing to lose time to the leaders. Currently sitting at an 8-second gap to the lead.
Yeah, it's very good gaps here indeed. And I mean, Dominic Karai has been exceptionally strong all weekend long, and he's certainly got the pace there. But I was expecting, I mean, Christopher Gueram had some really good pace in the pre-final. It's just unfortunate. Maybe he burned up his tires a bit too much in that pre-final, and maybe he just, like I said, just doesn't have that late race pace that the karts in front of him have. As we're gonna see Dominic Karai still, I mean, even his best lap, well, it wasn't his best lap. His last lap was still better than anybody's best, just about, with the one exception of James Andres. But still, right now, as they push their way along through, we should be seeing the 3 to go here soon. Won't be this lap by, and might not be the next lap by, so we might have about another 4 laps to go. Just because it is a shorter lap around the outer loop. These shifter karts being the only category to forego using the bridge, and they'll be using the outer loop, the only group to be using the outer loop all weekend long, as it's going to be Dominic Karai still leading, still putting on some really good pace, coming around the final corner. It'll be 3 to go once they cross the line. 3 more laps here in the Senior Master Shifter Final.
Coming up to the final stages of this race here, as time has officially concluded for our leader, who is working through the final bit of this lap. So for our race leader right now of Dominic Karai, it is a case of just keeping the momentum consistent all the way to the end here, coming through the final 3 corners. More lap traffic getting out of the way, and that is going to allow a bit of breathing room here. And meanwhile, James Andres, Scott Presty, they are not able to breathe at all here further back through, as Dominic Karai working through in the Sodi. just keeping a very strong momentum along here for the next lap and a half. That 496 has been so quick here. And Dominic Correa, a driver who knows how to be quick, knows how to carry momentum along here. Racing in both KA100 Senior and in Pro Shifter. And of course, running through, having a great day yesterday, is looking to continue that momentum through. Has some wins in Shifter, AMR Motorplex multiple times there, and will be looking to go through his Ran Rock, his Ran KZ as well, and just needs to finish the last half a lap to claim another Shifter win here on the record books today.
And Dominic Correa has had such a strong weekend here, and I mean, just even if this was his first ever weekend, I mean, it's just impressive. Clean sweep yesterday, and it would be a near clean sweep today. And there's the checker flag. The checker flags are waving, and Dominic Correa will win with the fastest lap to boot ahead of James Andres, Scott Presti, Christopher Giram, Rob Gore taking the win in the Masters, as is going to be Andres Boris, Lauren Van Tack, Ryan Carberly, Brian Erb, and Wayne Watts, Chris Kaiser, and Vincent Stoltz, rounding out your 12 drivers on the day here for the Shifter Final. Next up, it is the KA100 Senior Finals. Coming at you up next.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. KA100 Senior already rolling their way out. Our largest class of the weekend with plenty of action already ready to go here. And with that being through, up at front will be Chase Gassy at lead, trying to carry some momentum here early on into this final. We take a look at the lineup for finals here for your KA100 Senior. It will be led by Daniel Romalo with Chase Gassy at lead. Nelson Torres Ocasio, Stephen Miller Jr. in 4th, Frederick Manning in 5th, Kareem Shadea in 6th, Frankie Iadave in 7th, Evan Hager, Maddox Ruiz, Christian Velez, rounding out your top 10. Let's see if we can get these carts stacked up together and ready to go here so they can go for their 10 minutes plus 2 laps here in FLKC.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of our most stacked classes, and there's already a car out. That is the 918, and he's already out of this one. Very unfortunate there, and that
Montero
is just rough stuff. Yeah, Montero, it's Montero out of it, and he is just in shambles. I mean, I understand that's a heartbreaking way for your final to end before it's even begun, and they will send him around again. Very likely due to that kart being just stranded at the back.
So we'll take another formation lap here for the drivers to get reset. They were looking really good, honestly, in the tram lines. Kind of enjoying that there. And I thought that they were in a good position, but of course, having to go back around here for the extra lap, and that way they can get Montero's kart off of the track here. So we'll have 23 starters now instead of 24. And as they head down into turn 12 to head towards 13, they again get slowed up, they get stacked up, and our drivers get ready for their run here on the day. Again, 10 minutes plus 2 laps of action for our KA Senior Final here on the go. After this, it's T4 Mini and 206 Cadet, then it's T4 Junior and 206 Junior, then we go to 206 Senior Master and T4 Senior Master. 4 more finals after this one to finish out your weekend. And then of course podiums after tech is cleared, where your top 3 finishers in each class will receive awards. rolling slow here into turn 15. These drivers all stacked up and ready to go here. The 979 sticking a little bit out of line there. That is going to be Tiziano Rosso, who has decided to kind of stick the nose halfway out there just to see where everyone's at. We're slow rolling into the tram lines. Everyone looking over, and green flag is out. We're racing. And for Romalo and Chase Gassi at lead. Chase Gassi at lead immediately trying to get to work here to go for a pass for the lead. We have one kart way off to the inside, sliding back through, and is able to hit the brakes and not slide back out into traffic, but frustrated will fall all the way down the order from the front. I believe that might have been Stephen Miller Jr. and Nelson Torres will confirm in just a moment as big contact up in the front. Big contact again up in the front. Multiple karts just coming together with each other, trying to work their way under the bridge.
How nobody spun out from that contact up at the front is beyond me. That was a massive contact there. And stewards are certainly going to have to take a look into that one. This is just a chaotic one to get us started here for the KA 100 seniors, our largest class of the day. And the KA 100s are just going to have to fight their way on through. Some more positions being traded as our pole setter, Ramaho, just takes a bit of a dive down 3 positions from where it started. And then Chase Gassi lead, currently leading now. And he's going to just be chased down by Stephen Miller Jr. And just more action just happening all the way through as we see just some good battles happening here. The entire race distance now has only 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go. We are back running the regular layout where they will go up and over the bridge. And you can just see that stricken kart from early on. And that's an unfortunate way for your weekend to come to an end here.
Absolutely, and it was Nelson Torres Ocasio who spun out and ends up in last place, by the way, from that contact early on there that we thought was going to spin back into traffic there going through the grass and had to cut things backwards there early on. Yellow flag out here going over the bridge. It looks like there's been a moment down into turn number 5 for the drivers as they're all fighting it out still. Hard fought racing all the way through as they go under the bridge and along, just continue with their battles. These KA seniors not willing to pull a punch for a second here as they all look to go through. Chase Gassi in the lead, Stephen Miller Jr. in second, Danilo Romalo in third, Frederick Manning in fourth, and those fights continue all the way along here. Gassi pulling a bit of breathing room here, and then you have Manning, Shadea, and Idavea who are third, fourth, and fifth as we go side by side down into turn 15. That's for second place, and that was Danilo Romalo pulling into P2, now setting the sights on Chase Gassi at lead.
Yeah, Romalo now trying to close back to Gassi at lead up at the front. And I mean, these two are just so close together on pace. I mean, but right now it is Chase Gassi lead, the only driver to set a lap time in the 53s. And that was on the last lap. The only driver to set a sub 54. So that 913's got some really good pace in it. As we do have a battle just behind. This is the battle for third. It's going to be a bit of a positional trade there as they all try to chase down Stephen Miller Jr. for the final step on the KA 100 senior podium as they continue to just lap their way around this track. And once again, and now, wow, look at this. So here's a bit of a, you remember when I said that Romalo and Gassi were very similar on pace? They just set the exact same lap time last time around, a 53.866 for both of them. Romalo was still about 2 seconds back, but the two just set the exact same last time through.
Amazing to see the pace there from Gassi and Romalo as they work their way along here into the closing stages of this race. 4 minutes plus 2 laps remain, and the battles are very, very strong up and down the field. Anywhere you look, there's going to be a battle for position somewhere for these drivers, as nobody's willing to give anyone a bit of breathing room here as the battle from Stephen Miller dropping into 5th place has now happened. Kareem Shadea is into 6th. Christian Velez is now up a place into 7th, as it was Frankie Iadavea and Frederick Manning who have managed to work up places here. Taking a look at Christian Velez going up the bridge to go down the bridge around through turn 5. So mid-pack here of K100 Senior is showing some strong battles as well. Even though your leader is full, a 2-second gap with battles all the way through the rest of the field. It's undecided for any position still as they work their way along here, approaching 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, this is a beautiful scrap for P3. A move of the inside was attempted. And just insane battling here as they all try to chase down the P3 position. Gassi Ali ahead of Romalo. And this is going to be just everybody just trying to chase down Frankie Iadavea. And Stephen Miller Jr. is also right there in the mix as well. And as they are just snaking their way through, going up the bridge, down the bridge, into the left-hand hairpin. And they are going to continue to fight for every inch of a racetrack and trying to fight for every position. This is where the big points are scored. You do get some points during the pre-final, but the big points, if you want to hit the jackpot on points, you got to get a good result here in the final. As drivers are trying to swap these positions. Ooh, and the 2 Norberg Karting Academy drivers are right behind. And there's a big contact! Kart on kart into the barrier, and that is a huge one. That is a 907. That is Christian Velez in the 945 of Kareem. They have just crashed into each other, and they are both out of this race. Crazy stuff for the 945 and the 907.
And the immediate conversation happening of whose fault was that there. I'm not going to try to place blame on anyone. The 994 now sitting around there on the entry of 5, and that is not where you want to be for Galahar, and sitting in a less than ideal position. Multiple spins here at the end of this race as attrition has now become a problem, and that's a mechanical failure on the 994, I believe, who's trying to get that cart back going and get back on track. But of course, we had that moment between Kareem Shadea and Christian Velez, and what caught me with that one was the immediate hand clapping and then standing up there. It looks like both of them disagreeing on whose fault that was on the moment as they work their way through, as yellow flags are basically waving all over the track right now as we're down to 60 seconds of racing left.
60 seconds plus 2 laps to go, and drama just unfolding here at the closing stages of the KA100 Senior Final. And I mean, it is all just kicking off right here at the end. This is the last chance this weekend until I think October to score any points here in this championship as we head to Jacksonville, Florida next time out. A track that I actually grew up right next to, funny enough, so that'll be a fun one to watch. But now we're seeing these drivers just trying really just now to survive and try not to just create any more contact, as it is going to be 3 laps to go now as the timer is about to hit 0. And boy, oh boy, has this been a crazy one, Brad.
It's been absolutely wild, but man, has it been enjoyable here as the timer has now officially expired. Chase Gassi at Lee, by the way, if you're wondering about our race leader, 3 seconds to the good right now, and then a 5-second gap back to Frankie Iadavea. So Chase Gassi at Lee in the 913 with nothing really to write home about right now, just very much in a strong position here. Now, you want to talk about someone under some pressure, Stephen Miller Jr. has Wyatt Downing behind. Stephen Miller Jr. is currently sitting in 5th. The Norbert Karting Academy, Wyatt Downing there in the GFC, that 905 behind, feeling the pressure from Carlo Rochetti, who's not able to hold through. As we're 2 laps to go, here's a check-in with Danilo Romalo, who is currently holding a 1-2 second gap over Frankie Iadavea in 2nd.
He's had some good pace here all day as well. I mean, he took pre-finals, he took qualifying, just didn't quite have the pace to take the final here. I mean, anything can still happen. I mean, we've seen crazy things happen here in the closing stages of a race, but right now, Chase Gassi Lee is still holding on. Still, he's not going full tilt, but he doesn't need to. He's got about a 3-second gap, and he just has 2 more laps to go. Now about to make it 1 as the white flag is in the air, and it'll be the final lap here for Chase Gassiet-Lee, who will take his first win of the weekend here in Bushnell. He's going up the ramp, down the ramp, coming through the left-hander as he's just got to bring it on home now. That's all CGL needs to do at this point, as he's going to go ahead and make his way through. Now approaching the twin hairpins, and it's going to be the home stretch now for the 913. He's got 1 down. He's going to have the second one down, and Romalo is going to maybe catch him a little bit, but it'll be too little, too late. The 913, he's got 1 more corner left to round out, and Chase Gassiet-Lee is going to win the KA100 Senior Final with the fastest lap to boot, ahead of Danilo Romalo and Frankie Iadavea in your top 3. And then it is going to be Frederick Manning, Carlo Rochetti, Wyatt Downing, Stephen Miller Jr., Nico, and then Evan Hager and Maddox Ruiz rounding out your top 10. Next up, it is going to be the T4 Minis and the 206 Cadet coming at you here shortly on Kart Chasers.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, where it's T4 Minis and 206 Cadets ready to get their roll on the way here at Bushnell Motorsports Park here in Bushnell, Florida. And let's talk about that starting lineup here for T4s and 206. It's Charlie Skrapowski up in the front with Cohen Shoecraft, Cooper McAbee to third place with Grayson Kurtz in fourth, Oliver Adams in fifth with Mac Berkmere in sixth, Parker Kurtz, Mila Wellborn, and then it's Brody Picos, Nicola Lopez, and Luciano Iannozzi who are going to be your runners here for this go. We did have a few penalties given out for avoidable contact out of the pre-final with Luciano Iannozzi, Mila Wellborn, and Brody Picos picking up penalties for avoidable contact here. So, that being said, we'll see how this plays out here as they are slow rolling side by side, heading towards the final turn to go into the tram lines here in the T4 Mini 206 Cadet race start. And as they come out of the final corner, they head towards the tram lines. Will it be the green this time, or will we get sent around? Let's find out here as they slow roll, and green flag is out. We are racing, and it's side by side into turn one. Very clean start for the top two. Everybody gets away well.
Very good launch there indeed from everybody as we go ahead and go on through. Now, just a reminder, this is a mostly spec category. All the T4s are spec karts. And then you do have the 206 Cadets that are not spec, but everybody else is on one of those fantastic T4 spec karts as they make their way on through. Charlie Skrapowski has had a really, really strong weekend here. He has been nigh untouchable, really, in pretty much every race that he has done here this weekend. Driver competing in multiple different classes, including the kart right behind him of Cohen Shoecraft, also competing in multiple classes here this weekend. So kudos to those drivers. I mean, I don't know if I had the endurance to do multiple classes in a single day like these guys have, let alone 3 races in each category. So, I mean, kudos to these drivers. As actually, there's been a moment with Parker Karutz, who was dropped down the order.
And seeing that shuffle up and down the order here at the end of lap 1 as we go up the bridge and down to come around here. And Charlie Skrapowski currently leading Cohen Shoecraft over Grayson Kurtz and Cooper McAbee as these 4 206 drivers try to sort themselves out a bit. And you see more of the traditional run where it is the T4s who are going to be the faster cars who carry the lead a little bit more here over the 206s. And that is what you would expect here. The T4s have a little bit more power than the 206s, even though they are a spec setup. And so they will carry usually a bit more of a run. And well, you see the signal there from Grayson Kurtz, who would love to try to get the move on here ahead of Shoecraft and try to catch up to Skrapowski. Unfortunately, I hate to be the reporter of bad news, not really a lot of help that's going to be coming there from Grayson Kurtz, because Cooper McAbee is a bit further behind.
Yeah, and then this field is already spreading out quite a bit. The 2 closest karts are going to be Berkmeyer and Iannozzi. And as we continue to race on here, there's something that some of these drivers might have to think about. I don't think it may be this group in particular, but rain is not too far away. So we have about 3 finals left to go, and 2 of those might be hit by the rain. We saw plenty of rain earlier on that really really threw a wrench into the qualifying spanner. But it is going to be a very, very interesting time to see if the rain hits. But as a Florida man, I know well and truly, just like probably a majority, if not everybody trackside, Florida weather is a bit bipolar. It likes to kind of, it's always a dice roll with what you're going to give with Florida weather. But right now, these minis and cadets, they are certainly glad that the rain is not here yet.
This Florida weather is driving me a bit crazy, I'm not going to lie, because it's like, oh, it's going to rain. No, it's not going to rain. Wait, it's going to rain. No, it's not going to rain. And it's kind of one of those, I'm from what's apparently now Tornado Alley, so kind of one of those, like, if it's going to rain, let it rain. If it's not going to rain, then get on with it sort of mentalities is how I live here. So, yeah, you Florida people are unique, and I do respect it. But, of course, as we talked about earlier, Patrick, it is also hurricane season, so things just sort of spin up and sit down anytime they want to with this weather, and there's really nothing you can do about it except for sort of react to what's directly in front of you. And as of right now, what's directly in front of us is a great race here with 4 minutes left to go, and that is the 756 of Adams, who is out of this race, unfortunately. Oliver Adams in the 206 Cadet now out of this race. That will shuffle things up a bit in 206 Cadet. That will give the lead to Luciano Iannozzi and mix that up.
Yeah, I mean, Luciano Iannozzi has been really strong in the 206 Cadets. And actually, that is going to be him actually trying to chase down Mac Berkmeyer, as those two cars are going to get ready for battle. The 750 trying to pass the 147. But the T4s are a little bit quicker around this track. So it'll be a fun battle to see. And just behind them is going to be Mila Wellborn and Parker Karutz also battling just by these two. So two separate sets of battles happening here at this stage. We're going to see the Floridian Mohawk Warrior of Parker Karutz trying to get past Mila Wellborn. We'll just have to find out. As actually, that battle is closing up to the battle of Luciano Iannozzi and Mac Berkmeyer. So that's about to be a four-way fight here, as we have a good scrap just coming out here, coming down the coming down the bridge, excuse me, as they come along through. And that's actually going to be the battle for the lead, I believe, between Charlie Skripowski and Cohen Shoecraft as they come along. Actually, no, correction, that's Karutz and Shoecraft fighting it out, trying to find who's going to take that second step of the podium. And this is going to be a good fight. Both drivers showed really good pace throughout the day, and I don't think it's going to stop any moment soon.
Not at all. Should be great battles all the way along. Continuing into the end of this race, 2 minutes plus 2 laps remaining here for these drivers to find their way through on their final run of the weekend. To look over the shoulder there from Cohen Shoecraft as Grayson Kurtz is continuing to close in, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. And here we go for Kurtz trying to make that move on Shoecraft here. As Shoecraft goes up the hill to go down the hill and is looking over the shoulder, continuing to just defend very well here, and is really looking to see where Shoecraft will be at here. The defense continuing to come along from Cohen Shoecraft. It's great to see that 129 able to position in all the right places along here as you have the challenge given, because right now, if you can defend again with these spec carts, really it is all about the driver in the seat and making sure you're defending and making sure you're doing everything just right, driving your cart in order to make sure you stay ahead. And right now, that is what's happening. And I think that for Grayson Kurtz, there is the option right now with 1 minute plus 2 laps to go to try to work together to catch up to Charlie Skripowski. But Grayson Kurtz wants to be ahead of Cohen Shoecraft to try to get Charlie Skripowski. But with only about 3 minutes of racing remaining, that seems to be a taller and taller ask as the gap is over 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, as a racing driver, you never want to settle, right? You always want to try to push to be the best and push to get the most out of your cart. But at this point, you might just want to consolidate and just try to at least lock in that P2 if you can, because there's going to be still some pretty good points. It won't be as many points as Charlie's going to get up at the front. But, I mean, he's going to still get some pretty decent points for Cohen Shoecraft here, as they come around now at the second half of the twin hairpins. It'll be 3 laps to go when they do cross that line, as the timer is gonna go and hit 0, so they will be told about the 3 to go. And 3 laps to go here in Bushnell Motorsports Park for the final race for these T4 and 206 cadets. And they're gonna make their way up and down the bridge as they got 3 laps to go around this fantastic venue. The first time that Kart Chasers ever come to Bushnell Motorsports Park. And honestly, we might have to visit this place again, because so far, it's delivered excellent racing gear today.
That it has. It's been great. I think if I can make a recommendation, though, and not visit it during hurricane season, that would be a good option. Try to avoid some of the rains and enjoy some of the cooler weather. I like Florida in January, personally. I am what they call a snowbird who does not want to be around the snow, and I would like to go to Florida during the winter months. But I think that's just the Kentuckian in me coming out here, where I would say I like to go south for the winter, come back north for the summer, because I don't like warm temperatures. That's 100% a me problem, and I own it, and that is where I stay with it. Looking here at the 133 of Skropowski, doesn't even seem phased at the fact that they're in the middle of a race here. Gap 2.9 seconds. Gap has closed a little bit there to Cohen Shoecraft. It was over 3 seconds at one point. It's closed in a little bit here, but still for Cohen Shoecraft and Charlie Skropowski and Grayson Kurtz, they've been pretty steady on their pace and momentum here. Charlie Skropowski just seemed to have had it a little bit better here today in order to keep that kart ahead here for the T4 Minis.
I mean, he's been in charge pretty much all race just about, so this has really just been a testing session for the 133. Very good pace, very good speed, and I mean, with these T4s being a spec series, this bodes very well for Charlie, as it is going to be 1 lap to go. But here's the battle for second place, as it is 1 lap to go here. Shoecraft and Karutz battling it out for that P2 spot. A bit of a slide there for Cohen Shoecraft, as it's going to be Grayson Karutz trying to make some moves here. And there's your race leader, as he just whips that 133 around. And here comes the runner-ups, P2 and P3. Cohen Shoecraft, though, does have the fastest lap of the race, a 58.643. But his pace has dropped off a little bit, so maybe a bit of a moment. The last lap time between P2 and P3, a 1 minute .023 versus a 59.671. And they're going to continue to scrap it out, try to get that second place. And who's going to get it? We're just going to find out, but we know who's going to get the win. Charlie Skropowski is going to win the T4 and 206 Cadet Finals. And Shoecraft will get it over the line. P2 for himself, and then it is going to be Cooper Maccabee in P4, excuse me. And then it is going to be Brody Picos and Mark Berkmeyer. And then Mila Wellborn. And then Parker Karutz, and then Luciano Iannozzi will win for the 206 Cadets. And then the unfortunate retirement of Oliver Adams rounding out your field here. Next up, T4 Juniors and 206 Juniors will be coming at you here shortly here on Kart Chasers. Don't go anywhere.
And after a little bit of a suspenseful moment there, the T4 206 Juniors get to now roll out here for their go after what was an eventful pre-final for them, I have to say, as they get going. Welcome everybody here for Kart Chasers coverage. 4 finals left on the day. It'll be 10 minutes plus 2 laps to finish out each of these finals. And with the 206 Junior, T4 Junior, let's talk about the penalties that came out. Lucas Stokel, I think this is going to be the big one out of 206, was disqualified for a tech failure. And then you had Stephanie Miller, Tobias Matheson, Noah Hopper, and Ashton Pearson picking up 6-second penalties for pushback bumper violations. So that changes your starting grid quite a bit here going through, as Roman Pullen will be on pole, Dillinger Appel in second, Benjamin Chastain in third, Mateus Gonzalez in fourth, Tyler Padgett, Stephanie Miller, Tobias Matheson, Thaddeus Coker, Maximilian Santoro, and Braden Cleet, your top 10 here going through, with things shuffling up quite a bit through the rest of the field as we slow roll it towards the tram lines.
As we go ahead and just bunch on up, go ahead and form that beautiful tram line. Some cars are going to try to get some extra heat into the tires as we get ready. We are lined up in the tram lines, and they are going to go ahead and get ready to go racing here soon. Slow through the roll, and here we go. Is it going to be green flag, and away we go here in the T4 Juniors, and it's a good side-by-side accident, but we all survived turn 1. Turn 2 is a bit of an average story. Notice a few cars go off. 2 cars are facing the wrong direction. Massive contact there. 5, maybe 6 cars involved in the drama there. And it is already drama here in the juniors. T4 and 206 Juniors having a bit of a moment. And there's about 6 cars caught up in that just early stage incident.
Big moment there from multiple carts up in the front, shaking things up as they got going, and that absolutely changes everything for the drivers heading through, because that shakes up so much of the field into turn 4. They figured out turn 1 as we went on, but now it's been turn 4 that's become the challenge for the drivers there. Turn 3 and turn 4 really, really changing things for them as we work our way along here. Rain is imminent, by the way, for those of you who are trackside. Rain is imminent. It will start during this session based on what I'm seeing. So with that being said, things will change up quite a bit here, and it's not going to be light rain either. I will tell you, it will be some pretty significant rain incoming any time now here as these carts get going. Within the next 10 minutes, we will have moderate to heavy rain hitting the circuit here as we work our way through. So again, as a reminder too, this is race director's discretion if it rains. So we are declared dry. If it begins to rain, the race director reserves the right to declare the race complete or call a red flag, let competitors put on wet weather tires, and then resume the race. I know which one I would prefer if I'm a driver up in the front right now, and I know which one I'd prefer if I'm a driver further back right now. But ultimately, race director has ultimate discretion on that, and it will be a matter of what they decide to do here as the radar is looking more and more ominous. The sky is looking more and more ominous, so every position on track matters more and more here for these drivers as they work their way through.
Yeah, and just, I know we've talked about it quite a bit, Brad, but just the nature of Florida weather. It can rain at any given moment just because it feels like it. It can literally just rain at any given moment. And then it could just be torrential downpour. That is just Florida in a nutshell. And I think that's something that's got to be right in the back of these drivers' minds, as the radar is showing some very ominous weather coming towards the track. And we might, and for those of you who are familiar with how the radars work, we might see a little bit of green, but we're more than likely actually going to get some yellow conditions out there. So drivers better be careful, because that rain could come at literally any moment.
So buckle in. That means every pass on track, every moment you can make matters more and more for these drivers as they go over the bridge and now go under the bridge and around. 6.5 minutes left to go. We are still racing here up in the front. Roman Poland and Dillinger Appel, your top two, battling it out here for the moment as they all try to work their way through. Roman Poland has pulled 2.6 seconds on Dillinger Appel. Appel and Paget now, second and third. They are battling it out for who can be in second, third. Back in the back there, that was Parks making a move on Pearson, shuffling some positions there for fifth and sixth as we go through the final corner, heading down the front stretch here. Some swapperooskies happening. Riley Parks moving up. Tobias Matheson down into seventh place now, as there's been some little shuffles here, but up in the front is Dillinger Appel, still holding off that 223 of Tyler Paget as they look over the shoulder coming up the hill to go down the bridge, heading around through, and this is where things are going to get really, really close here, heading underneath the bridge as we see just things continue to get more and more dark here on the track, on the sky. At what point do the gates open? Right now, it's all about that second place battle, Appel on Paget.
Yeah, and we're going to see just how this battle transpires, because Paget's been pretty quick this weekend in this T4 Juniors, so we'll see now if he can go to get the move. He's got a good run out of the penultimate corner. Now coming into the final corner. He's got a very good run here as he is trying to maybe make any kind of move. He's going to be close, but not quite. Close, but no dice. As he tries to reel them on in. Riley Parks just behind, just at the fastest lap of the race. A 58.149, fastest lap so far, set by the 272. The 272 might get involved here. Riley Parks still trying to reel these two in as these two keep on battling, and this is about to become a three-way fight for second position. Tyler Paget now still trying to chase down Dillinger Appel, as we'll see here as they go on, and you can just see how close they are. And I mean, especially if this rain comes while you guys are still on the slicks, then I mean, it's gonna be such a crucial pass to make. Already a bit of defensive shake there for Dillinger Appel, but it's gonna be Tyler Paget still trying to get the move. Nothing yet. They will hold position, but Riley Parks once again setting a purple lap time. A 58.078 is now the new top lap time of the session. Currently 4 5/10 faster than the two carts in front. Riley Parks might be a bit of a dark horse for the podium here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Parks is able to try to make a move here late to get up into the podium places. It's just a matter of, can you get away with it, honestly, more than anything here as we continue our way through. 3.5 minutes left to go, and it is a matter of just moments for things to get a little bit chaotic here in Bushnell Motorsports Park here in Bushnell, Florida, here off of the west coast of the Panhandle, just north of Dade City and Spring Hill, not that far away from Tampa or Orlando here, as we see just the action heating up as the drivers continue to try to push and find the time to the end. That sky looking more and more ominous here as we see the battle for second place continue its way along.
A borderline villainous looking sky at the moment, as it is just threatening to just unleash the floodgates, or the Florida gates, whatever you want to call it, and then just let the rains fall way down. The wind is picked up here. You can see kind of in the background, you can see the trees are moving. The wind is really picked up here, and the wind, if you get caught with a nasty tailwind, it could really just throw your car out of balance. So the drivers will have to try to fight through that as well. Riley Parks, though, still trying to catch up, but the pace has dropped down a little bit. Good battle here, side-by-side action. Are we going to see a pass for position? Not quite. That's Chastang and Hopper trying to battle for position here. The 229 versus the 215 battling for P8. And they're going to make their way across the line. And the battle still is going on between these two as they continue to duke it out here for position. And it's going to be Benjamin Chastain and Noah Hopper still fighting for a P8.
And look at how heavy that rain is with the flags there around the front stretch bending over. That is significant wind that is coming through here in Bushnell, Florida. It is not letting up either as these drivers continue to push their way along. I can tell you right now, the wind pushing in right now at a persistent speed as things continue along, and just we watch this continue to work its way along. Wind gusts at 15 miles an hour or more currently with this rain that is moving in, this heavy rain that is moving in to start at any point now as we continue along here. Less than a minute left to go on the timer, and focusing at the action on track, it is anyone's guess how this plays out. The T4s, of course, remember, these are spec karts that go off track and go off track when there's contact. That's the 214 of Dillinger Appel off track after a moment with Riley Parks, and unfortunately for the 214, that is day done trying to get that kart back out on track, stranded out in the grass, and oh, that is heartbreaking for a driver who was on slate for a podium and now unfortunately is just tumbling down the order.
He might be able to get that car back on track, but the damage has already been done, and I'm actually hearing from our camera crew that it is already raining out on circuit, so it's looking pretty slick here as I'm seeing a checkered flag being waved. Did the race get called early? Because I thought we still had 2 laps to go, but that's a checkered flag being waved, so I wonder if they called the race early due to the rain.
Checkered flag and caution flag is out, which tells me that it is being called due to the rain. We were within 2 laps to go, and again, race director reserves the right to call the race official, and it looks like that has been done with the 225 juniors and 206 juniors. It has been called as an official race with 2 laps to go here is what we are seeing. So we're going to take a step aside here. The rain has arrived in Bushnell, Florida. We'll keep a watch on it here. The radar looking pretty ominous, but we'll see what happens here as we move through. We'll be back momentarily here on Kart Chaser.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overback on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, where we have went on a short delay here. It rained, and the last session was declared official due to precipitation with 2 laps to go. It is now declared a driver's option, and we are back hot here with the next run for 206 Senior and 206 Heavy to be running their way along. Heavy Masters to go through. Only 2 drivers have elected for wet tires. Again, we did have rain. We declared the last session. We took a brief intermission. But here is the thing I will also say. I just refreshed the radar. And there is a band of rain to the north of the circuit. There's a band of rain to the south of the circuit going directly through Bushnell. Then there's a split of clear that just happens to lay over the circuit. I'm starting to believe more and more in that NASCAR-style vortex theory for racing here. It is very windy. It feels like it could rain in any millisecond. But based on the radar and the direction, we are literally sitting in a split between 2 storms. This is absolutely ridiculous. Only 2 drivers out on wet tires, Carlos Matute and Pedro Crispum. Everyone else appears to have elected for dry tires.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with, the rain has fallen, so, but, there's no rain currently coming down to the circuit, so this is going to slightly dry out, and you can already see some drivers just really trying to generate heat into those tires, and we are going to go ahead and get ready for 10 minutes plus 2 laps on our penultimate race of the day here, penultimate race of the weekend. As crazy as that is to say, it's been a fantastic weekend, but we still got racing here as karts are about to go side by side. And it's green flag and away we go. And here we go. This is going to be a very interesting one. Will Crispum or Matute be able to make up any ground on those different tires? The alternate tires, it's going to be an interesting one. They won't have as much grip on the dry, but on the somewhat of a wet surface, they might be able to get some advantages and really just make their way through the field. We'll see if that strategy call was the right call to make, or if they should have just hung up that strategy with the rain. We're going to see now as Moschetti started ahead of Summer Whited and Jaden Casas as they continue to battle their way through, coming into the twin hairpins for the first time. And here we go, making their way on through. Is anyone going to make a lunge up the inside? Somebody's going to attempt it, but it does not result in the pass being made. They will tuck back in as they go through to begin the next lap. And it's going to be a good run now. Casas did get ahead against Whited, and a few drivers have dropped down the order. But Crispum and Matute, they might have just made that wrong strategy as James Hare has jumped the both of them in the Masters category.
I'm going to say it here. Taking a look at the front, Rochetti and Casas going side by side. Rochetti to the outside, Casas to the inside. Summer Whited trying to make it a 2-for-1 special here as everyone stacks up behind and along here. Summer Whited does drop back into third, but Casas did get ahead of Rochetti. Just taking a look here, the dry tires seem to be able to handle whatever precipitation we had here, and that has already dried through. I already see a dry line forming as well, so unfortunately it does look like the wet weather tires were the wrong call. The treaded tires were the wrong call. Staying on slicks appears to have been the right decision as long as you are a little smart with it. I think that staying on slicks definitely was the right way to go. There's not even a puddle formed before turn 15, which to me would be the big indicator of when to flip those tires through. But as of right now, everything seems to be going well for our front runners as they all work their way along up the bridge to go down the bridge. Jaden Casas leading Carlo Rochetti with Dylan Almeida in third now, with Summer Whited down to fourth, and Esteban Munoz in fifth. Your top 8 all nose to tail right now.
Yeah, and I think that if the weather stays like this, which it's pretty likely to stay like this at this stage, then our final race of the day is all going to just be, it's going to be slicks throughout, I can already imagine. As here we go, it's going to be a move up the inside of the first part of the twin hairpins. But you unfortunately get stuck around the outside, and that's going to be a move And that is going to be a fantastic move there as they make their way through. Now it looks like your top 6 are now nose to tail. And it is going to be Carlo Rochetti back in the lead, with Dylan Almeida now jumping up into second place, with Eduardo Seiker currently with the fastest lap with a 1 minute point 814. And action is all over the place. It's going to be the 315 now, having an opponent on the inside. I think that is Eduardo Seiker going to go ahead and try to get the move done on to Ethan Bellis as they make their way through. And some good battles happening here in the Senior Master 206 category. And honestly, their battles are not even remotely done yet.
Not at all. These battles are going to continue to develop up and down the grid, and we still have plenty of time. Still 6 minutes plus 2 laps here in our penultimate final of the weekend for these drivers, and nobody seems to be running away from one another right now, which of course, remember the 206 package, it's very heavy on momentum. So you have to be able to carry momentum, carry a bit of draft, and really keep things moving in order to get the most out of these karts, which seems to be exactly what we see going on right now for all of these drivers as they work their way through down the hill into turn number 5. Your top 3 very close together right now for Rochetti Almeida and Jake Cassis, all very close through and not giving each other any breathing room. Here's the problem with N2. If they start to fight even a little bit, that opens up the gap for Whited, Bellis, Munoz, Sitcher behind to start closing in and going for the pass. So these top 3 have to play it strategic and smart. 5 minutes left, plenty of time for things to change any way you would think it could change one way or the other as they work their way along to start the next lap with under 5 minutes to go.
Under 5 minutes and 2 laps to go is going to be the call here as we continue to race our way through, as James Hare gets another pass on a 206 Senior in the 206 Masters class. He now gets ahead, and actually Sola is also going to get ahead of Zachary Seymour. Zachary Seymour's actually dropped to the bottom. I wonder if there's any contact or some kind of moment happening as we go side by side under the tunnel. Nose to tail. This is a beautiful 4-way fight. It is going to be Seiker ahead of Esteban Munoz, ahead of Ethan Bellis, and Summer Whited, all battling together now side by side. And it is going to be Summer Whited shuffled to the back. It is Esteban Munoz. They're going 3 wide now, coming into the penultimate corner. And that is going to be a good battle here. I think Esteban Munoz did make some good spots. Actually, that's Eduardo Seiker, who has moved up into 5th, just by Summer Whited, and that is actually going to be Ethan Bellis, who got shuffled around earlier on. And the drivers are going to continue to make their way up and down the bridge. Can we see an overtaking opportunity? It is Seicher on Whited. And this is going to be a good fight here. And just battles happening all over this field. Seicher is trying to catch up to Whited, but got a teammate right behind of Esteban Munoz as they are trying to find any kind of position here with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
3 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for things to change up and down this field. You can tell just how antsy these drivers are, ready to get this run going here as we see side-by-side action still making the move along here for 3rd place bag. Look at that continuing its way through as that was Whited and Seicher battling it out. They stay in the order they were in, but for a brief moment there was a flip-flop along, and here we go now, because if you're defending 4th place, that's a hard ask here as Seicher will go to the inside to get past Summer Whited. Can the teammate follow along of Esteban Munoz? The answer is yes. Summer Whited shuffled out, loses 2 places, 3 karts, 4 karts wide. There's contact, there's a spin around there. That's the 385 around. That is Shorzeski, who has spun through, unfortunately spinning further back in the pack as the checkup occurred, because Whited, Seicher, Munoz, Bellis all decided to go 3-4 wide. They're going out of the hill. They were trying to fight for position, and that changes everything in the battle for them as they are up in the front now. We've separated everything out, shuffled everything along, and now battles will continue for 4th place forward to the end.
Insane moments happening here in the penultimate final of the weekend here in Bushnell Motorsports Park, Florida. And this has been anything but an ordinary weekend for these drivers. Rain on and off all throughout the weekend and just everything happening. There's not been a dull moment in any of these races here in Bushnell, and we're still seeing some fantastic battles happening all throughout the field. It is going to be about 4-ish laps to go here in Bushnell. They're going to go ahead and make their way on through. It's going to be 1 minute to go plus the 2 laps. So it actually might be just 3 laps to go here in our penultimate final of the day. Less than 1 minute to go, and the fastest lap is a 59.8. And that was for the driver in P2, Jaden Casas, as they go through. And I don't think it's been officially declared 3 to go, but it's practically 3 to go here. And it's still a beautiful 3-way fight as they are all just trying to fight for the position. And James Hare has actually dropped down 2 spots on the last lap. The driver who has done really well in the 206 Masters category here this weekend. Dropping a bit through the field, but he keeps his position in class.
Keeping that position in class going to be so important here moving into the later stages of this race as these drivers continue to battle along. Time is officially off the clock. We are now down to laps remaining, and it will be 2 laps to go when our leader crosses the line. There is your leader down at the bottom of your shot. There's 2nd and 3rd place here coming through as they have not sorted it out at all. Cassis versus Alameda, currently your battle, or Almeida for the battle into 2nd place. Who will stand on that middle step of the podium and who will be on the 3rd step? That is what they are trying to decide. Popsicle sticks out in the air, up the hill to go, down we go, and this 2nd place battle is really showing itself. Look over the shoulder there, Almeida trying to decide if there's anyone to help behind. The answer is no. Your gap behind is 6 seconds, so there is time for you to battle through and hold on to a momentum. If you can go for the pass, this is the thing too with 206, when they start battling, that momentum reverses out, and then all of a sudden, if they're not careful and they start battling too much too early, all of a sudden 4th place back, close right in on these 2 drivers.
Yeah, exactly that, and we know that anything can happen in these races. I mean, especially if the rain just decides that it wants to drop again, which we're not expecting it to, but I mean, the whole weekend has been decided by expect the unexpected. Last lap, white flag is out, and the battle for 2nd place is still going on. It is going to be Jaden Casas and then Dylan Almeida trying to fight for P2, trying to become best of the rest, as Carlo Roschetti has pretty much proven that he is going to be the driver that is going to take the cake in 206 Senior. And going nose to tail now. Almeida is closing the 305, trying to get ahead, and you can just see the little bit of the tuck as he is trying to get any kind of momentum, but sign of the inside, a little bit of contact, the hand is thrown, and Almeida will have to settle back in. That might have been the only opportunity that the 305 had. Might have just went out of the window as they come to the line now. And Carlo Roschetti is going to win our penultimate final today. Carlo Roschetti wins, and Jaden Casas and Dylan Almeida, Eduardo Syker, Summer Whited, Ethan Bellis, and then Leonardo Fernandez Palante, and then Esteban Munoz, Jacob Trzeski, and James Hare rounding out our top 10, with James Hare winning in the 206 Masters category here tonight.
What an absolutely wild penultimate final. And we still have one more final to go. Coming up next, it's T4 Senior and Master, the final of round 6 of the Florida Karting Challenge. Coming up next.
Seems like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
How's he gonna make weight? Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the...
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your final of the day. 10 minutes plus 2 laps of the T4 Senior and T4 Masters. They get formed up side by side to go into the tram lines here. This is going to be an exciting one to watch here. It's been kind of crazy, but still, the weather holding off here for us to get the run going in for this final. So, buckle up, be ready to party here as we go through. As it looks like we have green flag. We're racing here in T4 Senior, T4 Masters for the final time here today.
It is time for one last dance here, and this is the big one. T4 Seniors and Masters. Getting the way out through. Stephen Miller Jr. now is going to have some pressure behind from Daniel Costa and Christian Velez, as they are all trying to find some sort of rhythm as they make their way on through, just fighting it out. Seakart's going almost side by side, trying to make up a lot of ground here in the early stages of our main event this afternoon. And we are just seeing some good hard racing here, a bit wide there for Stephen Miller Jr. as Daniel Costa is going to just try to continue applying that pressure. They say diamonds are formed under pressure, but so are mistakes. Stephen Miller just cannot crack under the pressure, as he does have Daniel Costa just 2 tenths behind. Phoenix Whitney up 2 positions, and then Liam Chazarek up 2 positions as well. So right now, few drivers making some pretty good progress through this field.
Drivers continuing to build momentum up and down the field as they go underneath the bridge here. Up in the front, Miller Jr. and Costa again. A familiar battle for these two. They tend to find each other up here in the front and battle out very strong. Velez, Duran, O'Keefe here. Big dive down the inside for P3 there from Duran on Christian Velez to get that move done to go into P3. That is very clearly the indicator that Eduardo Duran feels like there is more pace in that kart and a bit more of a go to get up into the front. Meanwhile, further back, this is down around Liam Cheserick, Brody Robbins, Evan Hager, and Tayson Boeing here outside of the top 15. Absolute calamity striking for those drivers. They all are just shook up all over the place. Meanwhile, up front, your top 2 managing to pull a bit more breathing room here as they work their way along.
Daniel Costa now into the lead of the race ahead of Stephen Miller Jr. And those two are going to continue to duke it out. You have Eduardo Duran and Christian Velez just behind, as they're going to look one way, they're going to look another. They are absolutely duking it out for position as they continue to make their way on through coming through the S's, coming through the twin hairpins, as these drivers are now just ready to give it their all on the biggest show of the evening, as these drivers continue to try to press on, trying to find their groove, trying to find their positions, as there is 9 minutes plus 2 laps to go here. And will there be any positional changes this lap? Everybody holds their own for now, aside from one of the drivers who had a really good weekend earlier on, Alexander Dalbon. He's dropped down. He's dropped 4 positions now. He's down into 16th. And it is going to promote Brody Robbins and Jaden Hopper up 3 positions each.
Drivers going underneath the bridge here, all trying to shuffle their way along. Nobody in the position they started in right now. No surprise to anyone right now that is the case of what's happening, is these drivers are really continuing to push the go here. 8 minutes left to go in this final for the drivers. It looks like they did take the full 12-minute final instead of a reduced length of 10 minutes here, which is allowing some of these battles to continue to develop their way along the circuit here, as we see the 309 and the 323 swap positions in the mid-pack here, and that is Narvaki ahead of Liam Chesarik forward through. Nose to tail, they stick here as you see the 369 of Manning on the back of Alexander Dalba-Colon in the P6-7 position, as we see swaps heading along in that area. Meanwhile, everyone else trying to just stay in a rhythm, carry the momentum along that they can in the position they're in for the next 7.5 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, this is currently going to be the longest race of the evening. The only final, and actually the only pre-final that has not been shortened. Remember, earlier on we did shorten every other race by 2 minutes due to the weather. This one is going to go the distance here as battles continue to shape up throughout this evening. And as we go through now, one position change is Brian Robbins getting ahead of Liam Chesarik, and then it is also going to be Luis Quiones going to go ahead and actually get one onto Kevin Sorsipa. And those are going to be some good battles here, as a photographer getting a very good shot of these cars just making their way just before they get under the tunnel. You do have a Sodi kart just trying its hardest to push on and try to get a move. And these are some good battles happening all throughout. No tail just about. And side-by-side action, I think this is for the lead of the race. And that is going to be Stephen Miller Jr. back up into the lead, ahead of Daniel Costa, the 377, back up in the lead.
Swaps for the lead happening, and that goes to show one of the fun things about this spec class here that is homologated, so all of the karts are the same, is that you never really can predict when a run is coming. Drivers are able to make the passes and opportunities happen, sometimes in the most unexpected times, and they don't necessarily want to sit and wait for the final 2 or 3 laps and carry along on momentum. They are ready to go, ready to run, and ready to get that pass done as soon as they can build the momentum to get it going. So they are more willing to make moves in the middle of a race, and it's so exciting to watch here as that battle for the lead swapping and starting to build its way back forward to see another pass for the lead here soon. Everyone else, 4th place on back, still fighting their way in for position as well, as they work down into less than 5 minutes to go for the Senior Master main event. And right now, one of the biggest losses, Jack O'Keefe down 2 places on the day so far. Alexander Dalbon and Daniel Canales down 8 places down at the end of the run. Liam Chesarik started 19th, is up into P12 right now. And then Phoenix Whitney started 14th, is up into P8 right now. Big gains from them.
Yeah, I mean, they know that this is their last chance on the weekend to really get some good points and some good positions, so they're going to try everything in the book. They're going to go for moves if they see the opportunity. They're not going to play the waiting game. They just want to get this move done, because for some of them, it's going to be easier to defend than it is to get the pass done. it's one thing to catch, another thing to pass, as the old saying goes. But, I mean, if you can defend well, and if you can get that move, then you can hold on to that move with an iron grip and just try to carry it to the end here. 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And at this stage, it is going to be 6 more minutes of racing. And this is going to be a beautiful scrap here. The 327 of Phoenix Whitney being chased down now by Liam Cesaric as they're fighting it out. Oh, here goes the move up the inside. And these are guys trying to get moves done now. And this is going to be a fight as the drivers go through the 329 now under pressure. And I mean, this could go many different ways, and we're gonna see how it goes out here. 3 drivers all pushing for that P5 position as they come through the twin hairpins.
Coming around here, continuing to build the pressure in for the 4th, 5th, and 6th place here. Velez, Dalval, Colon, and Manning. Or sorry, no, apologies. That is Dalval, Colon, Manning, and O'Keefe who are battling it out, who are still very close together and continue to fight their way forward here. Ahead of them is Velez, yes, who has managed to build a little bit more of a gap to breathe along. So that battle continuing to build its way forward and heat up here towards the end of this race. These drivers have really kind of pushed themselves to the end of the race. There's no worry about saving tires at this point. There's no worries about saving the physicality you have into the end of this race. These drivers can really just push to the bitter end here around this 2/3 of a mile circuit with 15 corners, and every single one in these T4, if you think you can build a passing opportunity, you could possibly go for it here. Again, these karts all homologated to be virtually identical, and really to make the difference being the person in the seat here. That is where you start to see some of the biggest differences in driving style, driving preference. How does the track suit you is a big consideration as well. Does this track have a certain driving critique that will work well for you? Do you like these style of corners? It's all things that go into really building the difference between the T4 Senior Masters versus some of the other categories, where you can sort of mask some of that in certain instances. Pass to the inside here for position, a little bit of side-by-side through the S, that might compromise the position, and down the inside we have some swaps around here as things still haven't settled down.
Yeah, I mean, things have not settled down one bit here, and some drivers just do better at some tracks than others. And I mean, every driver does have that bogey track, or just that one track they just cannot get the grips with. And with these cars, it really just shows who is good at the track and who might need a bit more work on this circuit. And you see it all the time in sim racing and such as well. Just drivers who have those bogey tracks, they just practice sometimes. And it's a bit trickier in karting, because especially if you don't live near this venue, then, I mean, for me, this venue is about 3 hours away, almost 4 hours away. So I know traveling here to practice this particular track wouldn't be the easiest thing. Very doable. Definitely want to visit this circuit at some point. But if you're a regular competitor just trying to get better at this track, then, I mean, it's kind of a tricky thing to do. But these drivers are definitely showing that they are the best drivers in the state of Florida in the T4 Senior and Masters category.
That they are. Try to cement yourself as the front of the field here as the drivers continue their way along here. Time is now out. It is now 3 laps to go to end the Florida Karting Challenge this weekend. Stephen Miller Jr. leads Daniel Costa right now by 0.3 of a second in the front, and then it's a significant gap back to Eduardo Duran, back to Christian Velez, and then back to Alexander Dalval-Colon, and then in P6 it's Jack O'Keefe and Frederick Manning, Phoenix Whitney, battling things out for 6th place here on your screen as they continue to do battle up and down this field. Big run there. That's a little bit of side-by-side contact going 3 wide for a brief moment into turn 12. Now back into 13, more contact being had as the drivers work their way along, bounce the seat, and try to gain the momentum. No passes had, but a lot of contact made there in that battle.
Yeah, and that's just such a crucial pass here at this closing stage. It's going to be 2 laps to go, and it's going to be white flag next time. Out, bit of contact between the two, between the triple three of Brody Robbins, and it is also going to be Phoenix Whitney having a slight bit of a touch and go there. Shouldn't be anything major, but everything matters, especially at this end of the race. Brody Robbins does have the fastest lap overall though, but he is only in P8. He needs to try to get ahead here. He needs to try to push harder and try to find that extra bit of pace buried deep within. He needs to get that move done. He needs to just fire it up and give it a go. Daniel Costa, though, is going to give chase to Stephen Miller Jr., and it is the final lap of the weekend here at Bushnell Motorsports Park. The final one of the weekend, and this is it. It's going to be for all the marbles here. Stephen Miller Jr. ahead of Daniel Costa, battle for the lead.
Battle for the lead coming through under the bridge now. The top 2 go. Gap currently sitting at about half a second for Stephen Miller Jr. in the lead here. And Stephen Miller Jr. looking slightly over the shoulder there, trying to eye who is where behind. Continuing to carry some strong momentum, though, along the weekend. And for the driver running that Team USA fire suit, definitely going to be feeling good here coming out of the final corners. There is a bit of a gap there built back. Focus in. It's been a long weekend. It's been a weekend filled with ups, downs, and all the way around. But in the end, Stephen Miller Jr. is going to come across the line and is going to win the T4 Senior Master Final here. Second place will be Daniel Costa, Eduardo Duran into third, Christian Velez in fourth, Alexander Dabacalan in fifth, Jack O'Keefe in sixth, Frederick Manning seventh, Brody Robbins, Phoenix Whitney, and Andrew Narvaki rounding out your top 10. Man, Patrick, what do you say other than what a weekend?
It has been a fantastic weekend here in Bushnell Motorsports Park. And yeah, it's been a beautiful doubleheader. Lots of action on Saturday, even more today. And honestly, this has just been such a fantastic weekend here at such a fantastic venue. I mean, this is my only time I've ever covered this track, and I love it already.
Well, of course, this is the debut of Bushnell Motorsports Park here on Kart Chaser. So that does make all of the difference here for this facility. And what a show that has been put on here in Florida for the round 5 and 6 of the Florida Karting Challenge. But, of course, every good weekend has to come to an end. Everyone has to pack up, go home, and get ready for their week. Of course, we wish we could just stay in Kart 7 days a week. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So, we're going to send this one off into the sunset. I want to give a big shout out to Riley and Sebastian, who have been the director and producer for the weekend. A big shout out to Willem, and a big shout out to Daniel, who have braved the weather and brought you all of the amazing shots that you've gotten to see here. A big shout out to every driver, every team, and everyone who's been here. But of course, we have to send this one off into the sunset. On behalf of everyone here at Kart Chaser, on a quad header weekend, my name is Brad. I've been joined by Patrick. We've taken you start to finish. Join us for the next one. We'll take you start to finish yet again. Good night.
guys, I mean, to have almost 180 people like this, how amazing could that be? Like, I mean, yeah, round of applause for everybody because this is insane. I can't tell you how much good this is for the sport that we all love, for karting, to come to a track like this, to have this kind of turnout, to support the people that are here, the sponsors, the people working, the track, you know, we're all doing our part to make this sport better, just through being here, through showing up, through supporting FLKC with positivity, because this is what we've got, right? This is the Florida Series, this is the champions of Florida, so we're all very, very lucky to be a part of this, and you know, and I couldn't be more blessed to have such amazing people that I get to do this with, all of you guys. This is the series for everybody in Florida, so let's all just keep working on this and keep making it better every single event, and you know, let's make it amazing. So for everybody that drove, like, can we give everybody a round of applause, because it's been amazing. So the first announcement that I'm going to make is the next year's calendar, okay?
Is this all just one big echo? Yeah. Can we do? Yeah. So whatever you said, yeah, we all agree. We have no idea.
I love you. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so the calendar for next year, okay, for FLKC 2027. I'm so excited to announce this. This is going to be insane. So what we're going to do is we're essentially going to split the FLKC into I guess the first round of FLKC is what we're now going to call the Florida Open, okay? So the very first round is going to run like a national event. We're going to do probably qualifying on Friday, racing Saturday, finals on Sunday, and we're going to do it over a big progressive weekend, and we're going to be competing over that weekend for the O-Plate. So it's going to be the Florida Open, it's going to be the opening round of FLKC, and it's going to be detached from the rest of FLKC. We're going to do 5 rounds, okay? So the first round is going to be the O-Plate, a special round where we're going to go all out, fireworks, like a great package with Kart Chaser, you know, just do as big as we can, and one amazing event, okay? The next 4 rounds are all going to be double headers, okay? So there'll be 4 weekends, 8 rounds. So FLKC will be 8 rounds, and then we're going to have the Florida Open. And at the Florida Open, we can do some really cool things like, you know, all the plans are coming together, but shootout races, and you know, just do some things that are really fun and really different, and you know, and I think that's going to be really cool. So the first round is to be announced, okay? We haven't got confirmation of where the first round will be, okay? But the first weekend of FLKC is going to be what was really Monticello this year. We're going to do the same round at Monticello, okay? So the second weekend of FLKC, but the first FLKC championship will be Monticello. Round of applause for Monticello, okay? So the next round will be T4. So I mean, that's also an amazing track. So that T4 Kartplex, okay? And then the third weekend of FLKC is going to be held at Daytona. So and then the last round of FLKC will be the AMR. So we've got 4 amazing tracks for FLKC. It'll be Monticello, T4, Daytona, AMR, and then the first round. There's some, you know, we'll see what happens in the state of Florida, right? You know, there might be, you know, we'll see what opens up and what opportunities present itself. But we have options for the first round. We can go back to one of those again, or we can do, you know, something different. You know, so those plans are coming together, and we'll announce all that to you guys. So, so thank you all for being here and for being a part of that. So, one more announcement, okay? Thanks, guys. So today today's a really special day because T4 are actually sponsoring a number of drivers today to for a fully funded trip to Spain to go and represent Team USA in Spain in the World Nationals for T4, which is an incredible opportunity. So what we're essentially doing is the ones that are leading in points up to today's race are the ones who's going to get a ticket to Spain. Okay, so they're going to be awarded with these here, and I believe that everybody that is getting a ticket to Spain is on the podium today. So what you're going to see is you're going to see those tickets to Spain get given to the people that are on the podium, and I just wanted everybody to know what that is because it's a very special opportunity. It's really cool. Okay, really cool. So we're going to move on to Teresa and do the podiums for today, but thank you everybody.
And I'm just going to give 2 recommendations, Ryan. My request is better bathrooms for the ladies at some of these tracks because we don't like Waterloos. So can we get better bathrooms? And I want fireworks at every FLKC race. So Ryan, figure out that budget, please. Okay, so we're going to start with T4 first. I know we're kind of not in order, but that's just the way they're given to me, and I don't want to read it wrong. So I'm going to do T4 first, and then Miami, okay? So T4, in 3rd place, we have Julie Chavez. And in 2nd place, we have Ray Garcia. And in 1st place, we have Knox Shelton. And Knox, you want to go to Spain? You sure?
Smile, Julian, smile.
Ready? Alright, next up we have T4 Mini in 1st place, we have Grace Giroux. Oh, it's you, of course, my little tattoo chip. And in 2nd place, we have my handsome parachute grab. And in, wait a minute, do you want to go to Spain? Spain? You want to go to Spain? Yeah. Charlie Skripkowski.
Good job, Charlie.
Good job, Cohen. Good job, Cohen.
Next up we have T4 Junior. Right, in 3rd place we have Riley Moss. And 2nd place we have Riley Paget. And 1st place. All right. And 1st place we have Roman Wallen.
Way to go, Roman.
Get it, boys.
Way to go, Roman.
They're them 2 points. Next up we have T4 Senior. In 3rd place we have Eduardo Duran. Okay, next up we have Miami Bambino.
¡Bravo, Pablo!
And in third place we have
No, va la... Grace. Franco, you can still see the helmet. Take the helmet off behind. Or, no, get it behind. No sé lo que va a hacer. This is a party to
In second place, we have James Andres. Come on, boys.
Okay, Dominic, you go.
James. And in first place, we have Dominic Karai.
Good.
Shifter Master in third place we have Monet Van Taar. And second place Ryan Corbally.
Yes, he knows. Get the video, Carlo? Yeah, send it.
And in first place we have Rob Moore.
Look at that podium walkout.
Right, now you all, if you all smell as bad as me, then we all need to go home and have a shower because we all very itchy and sweaty and gross. So thank you so much. Thank you for putting up with us. See you next time.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.